So we imagine the others will be on in just a few. Not going to hold you guys up. I got to tell you, I was so disappointed the other day. I guess it was Friday. I took a CE class and the instructor like, you must be early or you won't get in and da 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 da. So we were all there on time. He still started 20 minutes late. And I'm like, why was it so important that I be here so I could sit and watch you talk on the phone and drink your coffee? You know, I don't know. I just, woo, that kind of ran up and down me a little bit. But you know, just so you guys know, I try to respect our time. So we are in the throes of talking about working with sellers. And you guys remember where we left off last class. We were kind of talking about the sales comparison approach. We're going to talk a little bit more about the BPO and the CMA in just a second. But we are kind of talking about, with this discussion with the sellers, we are discussing how we can help the sellers price their home. And so one way that we can help the sellers price their home is the CMA BPO. Again, what we do is different what the appraiser does, but it's different but the same, if that makes any sense to you. You know, there's Ryan. Hey, Ryan, throw your number in the chat, not in the chat, but in your, what you call it. So the appraiser uses the sales comparison approach. The appraiser is the one that gets to say words like value, for example. You and I are doing our CMO and BPA. We don't get to say things like value. What we get to talk about is probable sales price. We'll remind everybody about the homework assignment in just a second. Andrew, I did get yours. I don't know if you got my response. So just make sure you're doing those assignments. We said before 4:30 on Thursday. So we had the one with the CMA, and then we had the other one with the square footage. So as long as I have it by the time we log on Thursday at 4:30, you guys good with that? Good. Okay. All right, great. So kind of picking up here where we left off last week. The next piece to talk about, again, helping the sellers determine their price, helping the sellers determine what they can sell their home for and what they can get out of it. Another tool that actually the appraisers have that we may be able to find useful, to find beneficial, is something called the income capitalization approach, also known as the direct approach. If you're working with a seller that has an income producing property, so let's first make sure we're good on what an income producing property is. An income producing property produces an income. Awesome, thank you. So maybe you're collecting rent, for example. Maybe it's a large apartment complex and you're or a small duplex and you're collecting rent. Maybe on the commercial side, it's a business, a retail park, an office space, something like that. So the income capitalization approach is something that we can use to help. And what this primarily does is look at net operating income and the capitalization rate. These tend to be investor tools. Investors care about net operating income, telling them what their income is once they've paid their bills. And then the capitalization rate, you know, the capitalization rate is the investor's rate of return. So the rate of return basically answers the question, how long before I get my money back? Or how many times do I have to receive rent before I get my money back from investing in this property? And it's kind of been my experience that investors, the capitalization rate is kind of subjective. So in other words, if you have, for example, an investor that's just getting started, they're brand new to the investment game, and they only have one income producing property, aren't all their eggs in that basket? And if the tenant doesn't pay rent that month, they have nothing to fall back on. They may have a higher capitalization rate. They may have a higher rate of return. Now compare that to an investor that has 20 investment properties. If you have one tenant that doesn't pay rent, you have 19 others to fall back on to help float those bills. That makes sense? So you may have a lower capitalization rate because you don't have all your investment, all your eggs in that basket. is completely subjective. Teresa, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we can't see you. So I don't know if you're still getting set up or, there you are.
Oh, I'm here. I was getting my headphones because
Gotcha. Perfect. I just want to make sure we could see you eventually. So thank you. We're going to look at the formula for the income capitalization approach, particularly the net operating income, in just a second. Another tool that the investor may use is something, did I skip it? There we go. Something called the gross rent multiplier, or what I refer to as the GRM, GRM. This can kind of help the investor get their rate of return if they don't know the operating expenses, they don't know the rent. They're trying to decide if they want to rent this or purchase this rental building, but they don't know the numbers. The current owner hasn't shared the books with them yet. So the GRM can help them determine about when they can get their money back. And very simple, what the GRM looks at is the sales price divided by the rent. Typically, just kind of an FYI, when the investor is looking at residential property, they tend to look at monthly rent. So the GRM will answer the questions, how many months before I get my money back? If they're looking at commercial property, then they tend to think in years. So the rental income that we're looking at there would be annual. And again, that answers the question, how many years before I get my money back? So going back to our income capitalization approach, our direct capitalization approach, here's the formula, part of the formula. And you guys need this formula for Thursday. We're going to do a couple practices to one together. Once you guys have this, jot it down so we can memorize this formula and we can get ready for Thursday. I got a little extra practice for you guys in the online learning system as well. That we'll point that out to you. So this formula, what makes this fun? It's a two-part formula. So this is part one, is to find the net operating income. And in order to do that, we need to look at a couple different factors, a couple different variables. The gross income, also known as the potential gross income, this is the dream. If you were to collect 100% rent 100% of the time, what's the most income you can make on this income producing property? So if all your tenants were always there, always paying rent on time, you never had any vacancy, what's your potential gross income? The truth is when you have rental units, when you're collecting rent, you're going to have vacancies. You're going to have periods where the tenants skip out in the middle of the night. You're just going to have periods where the best tenant in the whole wide world moves out, and you have a lull in between getting the next tenant in there. So from the gross income, we deduct our vacancy and collection losses. Collection losses if we have to take a tenant to court. So from our gross income, we're deducting our vacancy and collection losses. And that gives us our effective gross income. The effective gross income is the reality. So the gross income is what's the max, what's the most I can collect. The reality is the effective gross income, how much I'm actually collecting. From there, we deduct our operating expenses. Operating expenses can include things like management fees, janitorial fees. What else do you need to operate your business? Taxes, insurance, maintenance fees, landscaping fees, anything like that would fall under operating income. You deduct that to get your net operating income. Michael, I know you just joined. If you want to write this down really quick, because this is one you're going to see on Thursday. And while we're getting there, I wanted to let you guys know, I don't know why, but right before class, I got an email from Spectrum saying my internet's down, which explained why I couldn't get in. So I was able to hop on my mobile hotspot, but I just want to let you guys know because I'm on plan B right now. So if plan B fails me, then we'll figure it out. But so far, you guys can hear me okay, see me okay? Everything looks okay on your end? All right, so far my mobile hotspot, my plan B is working the way that it should. this whole formula is solved annually. So when the test gives you monthly rent, for example, what do we need to do with that monthly rent?
Multiply
By
12.
12, that's right. So if we see monthly, if we see monthly, we just need to make sure that we're multiplying that by 12. So step one, again, in a two-step formula, step one is to find the net operating income. Everybody have this? Good. Teresa, you still in Japan? Bless your heart. Okay. So now that we have the net operating income, that's the piece, the missing piece that we need to find the value. And to find value, you take the net operating income and you divide it by the capitalization rate. Obviously, the problem will have to give you the capitalization rate. But guess what? It's not going to give you the net operating income. It's going to make you find the net operating income. That's what we mean by a two-part formula. So I got one that we're going to do. Well, I'm going to let you guys take a look at it, take a shot at it, and then we're going to go through it together. And like I mentioned, there's some other practice problems in the online learning system as well. Everybody ready? Is the anticipation getting to you? All right, so here's a problem. You guys take a few minutes. Tell me in a private chat what you think the answer is. Take time to read through it and use the formulas you just learned. Well, you guys are finishing up. It's not going anywhere. You can still see it. Hang on just 1 second. You're like 1 more minute and then we'll talk about it. We good? Okay, so let's talk this one through. I like that better. When you see, when you see any kind of test question, including the math, I think one of the first things you should do is just read the question. Just read it because we need to go through it. We need to make sure we understand what the question's asking us. Yes, sir.
I've had a day and I'm trying to get into this mindset. I literally just got back from bringing my dog back from the vet and I'm not quite here yet. So sorry, my
Well-
first answer was wrong. And
That we make mistakes. I know I make mistakes sometimes. So, you know, Ryan's shaking his head. He makes mistakes sometimes. Does your wife tell you that, Ryan? Did you make mistakes?
All the time.
So, you know, it's all good. So we're here now. So the first thing we want to do is just read the question. So this says there's a 10-unit, 4-story apartment building, and they have the following rental schedule. I am going to skip that now for timing because I know we're going to come back to that in just a second. Vacancy averages 5% per year. Operating expenses are $1,100 per month. Cap rate is 12%. Based on this information, what is the value of the building? So the first thing we need to start with is our gross income. So I know I have 10 units and I know, let's see, 3 of them rent for $650. So they're $1,950 a month. That's monthly. We need to times it by 12 to get annually. 23,400. And you may have also did this where you add them all up and then times it by 12. Makes no difference. As long as you get the right answer, that's really all that matters. So we have 3 that rent for $650. I have 3 that, 3 that rent for $900. So again, 3 times 900 gives me $2,700 a month. Times 12 gives me 32,400. We have 3 that rent for $1,100 per month. Moving on up. That gives me 3,300 times 12. 39,600. And then the penthouse, that one at the tippy top, goes for 1,800. Actually, let me pull that back here. 1,800 per month times 12. So that has us 1,800 times 12 has us at 21,600. And now when we add them all up, and again, no matter how you did it, makes no difference to me. As long as you get the potential annual income is $117,000 a year. So far, so good. Good? Okay. So now how you got to it, that's great. Guys, again, what we're saying here with this gross income, if you have 100% occupancy 100% of the time, this is the most you can make off of this rental, this income producing property. Does that make sense so far? This is the dream. You never have any vacancies. You just collect your month on time every month. Collect your rent on time every month. From the dream, we need to find the reality. And the reality is, though I do have $117,000 potential gross income, the reality is that I also have a 5% vacancy loss. So again, at this point, you can either say we have the 117,000 minus 5% on your calculator will take you down to 111,150, the reality. Again, the other way you could do that was multiply the 117,000 by 5%, get that number, and then deduct it. Makes no difference to me how you got the $111,150. So we have the dream, and now we have the reality. We have operating expenses, 1,100 per month, times those by 12 to get 13,200. So we're going to deduct our operating expenses from our EGI, or effective gross income. That gives us a net operating income of $97,950. So this investor's net operating income is $97,950. Based on this net operating income, based on this information, we can now determine to find the value. We're going to take the net operating income, divide it by the capitalization rate, and that gives me a value of $816,250. What is this property worth? The appraiser could argue that its value is based off of how much rent it collects. And that's the theory behind this approach. Income capitalization approach. Questions on this? Aaron, I will go back super quick. If you want to take a screenshot of that formula, or if you want to get with Ryan and get that formula, you will see this on Thursday. Nod, nod, wink, wink. Okay. Okay. We good? Can I erase? Everybody have it? Okay. Real quick while I'm here, because I know me, I might forget. When we look at the online learning system, there should be kind of some extra practice in here. View. Well, there's not yet, but you know what? By the time you guys go to bed tonight, there will be. So I'll load some, well, depending on when you're going to bed, I guess, but I'll load some practice on so you guys can get ready. There's only 2 math problems on your test. There's this one, and then one we're getting to either tonight, tomorrow. You will, your CMA, you're going to have a CMA problem, but it's going to give you the subject property, and then it's going to give you 4 comps. So there's comp A, comp B, comp C, comp D, and it's just going to ask you to figure out which comp is the best comp for that for that subject property. So you're not actually making adjustments. You're doing that for your homework.
Did you say?
Yeah.
Julie, on the homework, I seen there was the CMA that you did the adjustments on for the 4 properties, and then there was the CMA after that. Are those both homework, or was it
Nope, just the
first
ones that
one?
say homework.
Okay,
So
okay,
there's a CMA exercise for homework and then a
Okay.
2-story square footage exercise for homework, both
oh,
under the
okay,
section 2 material.
okay. Yeah, I started on that, and yeah, I was like, is there an extra one here? Okay, all right, thank
Nope,
you.
just those 2. And thank you, Ryan, because while we're here, homework is due by 4:30 on Thursday. Whenever we're done, I don't know my days anymore. So whenever we're done, it's due by 4:30 that day. So I've heard from a few of you. I know the rest of you I will hear from. So going back just a little bit, I know we've talked about the sales comparison approach, and we do use the sales comparison approach and the CMA BPO interchangeably because they do have the same effect. They do about the same thing. But we need to spend a little bit more time on the CMA and the BPO specifically, because that's what we do. Remember, the appraiser does the sales comparison approach. We do CMA and BPO. So if you're following along in the book, we're actually going to skip ahead to chapter 15. And we're going to pull some information out of chapter 15. Once upon a time ago, if y'all want a little history lesson, once upon a time ago, CMAs and BPOs used to do 2 totally different things. So historically speaking, the CMA was set aside. That's what we did as part of our general brokerage duties. So when you were working with sellers and they were trying to price their home, or when you were working with buyers and they were trying to figure out how much to offer, we would do a CMA. The BPO was set aside, broker price opinion, for third parties. So it's not a potential seller, it's not a buyer client, but it's somebody else that wants your opinion on the property. A couple examples of who those third parties might be. I used to work for a real estate firm that had a relocation company, and that relocation company was up in Connecticut. And sometimes they would have properties down here that they were trying to get an opinion on. And the truth is I'm a heck of a lot cheaper than an appraiser. So that relocation company would call us, pay us to offer our opinion, offer our broker price opinion. Another really good example I heard was from a post-licensing student a few months ago. And she, as you guys, was getting started in a real estate career. And she was shadowing a seasoned agent. So they had connected her and she was following her around. And the seasoned agent that she was shadowing got a phone call from a divorce attorney. And the divorce attorney was trying to settle the divorce. And in determining the settlement of the divorce, he needed a rough estimate of the value of the home, the opinion of the home. So again, I just say that for your little history lesson. Today, we use CMAs and BPOs interchangeably. When it comes to BPOs and CMAs, this is one of these unique things. The real estate commission, there's a license law and a commission rule. And I say that's unique because not everything falls under license law and commission rule. Most things are covered under one or the other. But BPOs and CMAs fall under both. So where we are since 2012, don't need to know the date, but just know that where we are since 2012, where the commission is with these. Full brokers can charge a fee to do BPO or CMA. You guys currently cannot. Provisional brokers can do a CMO or a BPA, CMA or BPO. Did I do that backwards? But you can't charge a fee for it. Everybody with me? BPs can't charge a fee. None of us can charge a fee when it's part of our general brokerage duties. When it's just part of our job. Could you imagine? Let's imagine this scenario. You're at a listing appointment. You get to the point of the listing appointment where the seller says, what do you think my home's worth? And you say, cash at me $250 and I'll tell you. How do you think the seller's going to feel about us and our services? Or same thing with your buyers. When they say, Julie, what should I offer? And I say, well, cut me a check. And I'll tell you guys with me, that's just part of my job. And we can't charge, nobody can charge that extra fee just as part of their job. Also remember, when we do BPOs and CMAs, I'm not determining value. That's the appraiser's job. So we cannot perform these BPOs and CMAs to determine value, help refinance a loan, originate a loan, any of that good stuff. Question comes in, what scenarios do brokers usually get after before? I mean, the only examples I know are the ones that we just, with the relocation company or somebody, they have no interest in hiring me. They just want to know the opinion, the market. And like I said, I'm so much cheaper than an appraiser. So they would rather take probable sales price for my price than get the value from the appraiser. But if they need value, we need to send them to the appraiser, absolutely. Anytime you're asked to do a BPO or CMA for a fee, obviously for you guys, once you drop that provisional status, you need to perform it competently. For those of you that are active, have you been in MLS yet? Have you done any CMA training yet? And you can generate your own report, and it looks really easy, doesn't it? You just clickety-click and poof, there's a report. But that doesn't mean you're doing it competently. Do you know what you're clickety-clicking? Do you know what buttons you're clicking? And that's where I think that knowledge, that competency comes in. Now, when you start charging a fee for a BPO, for that third party, you need to make sure that you're following license law and commission rule. So what you're looking at down here in our flags, license law is 93A-83, commission rule is 58A.2202. So when you ever get called to do either one of these for a fee, we need to make sure that we're in compliance. One of the first most important things about a BPO or CMA, particularly for a fee, is that it's got to be in writing. We cannot do these things if they're not in writing. Are we going to put all of our CMAs and BPOs, even if we're doing them for free, are we going to put those in writing too? Yeah, because what do we document? Everything. So anytime you're ready to talk to the seller about a price drop, anytime you're ready to talk to the buyer about what they should offer, don't just call them up and say, this is what I found. Show them, discuss it with them, have a conversation, and help them see what you see when you're offering that opinion. So what I want to do now is briefly go through the commission rule 58A.2202, other than the fact that it has to be in writing. And for my book people, we are on page 534. For my non-book people, or if you don't want to open your book, we got it, what we're going to talk about in our digital subscription here. Can you guys see that? Okay, I wonder if I can make that just a little bit bigger. There. So the standards from 58.2202, just a couple of things. A broker performing a BPO or CMA has to comply with license law and commission rule. We've already decided that. The broker shall only accept an assignment for a BPO or CMA if the broker has knowledge of the real estate market. I'm not familiar with the real estate market in Wilmington. So when my relocation company from Connecticut calls me and asks me to do a BPO or CMA in Wilmington, should I accept that assignment? No, just the areas that you're familiar, the market that you're working. You have to have direct access to the marketing or leasing data. If you're not a member of MLS, I don't know how you're going to get access to that information. So having that membership and brokerage or appraisal experience in the subject property's geographical location. Again, you work in the area, you're familiar with the area, you know the market. So that's a commission rule. We just can't accept any assignment. A broker shall not provide a BPO or CMA for a property unless the broker can exercise objective, independent judgment, free of any influence from any interested parties. So in other words, if I know the seller, for example, I mean, what if the seller were my parents? Wouldn't I have an unbiased opinion? Wouldn't I just naturally have a higher value on my parents' home than I would anybody else's? So if you have any kind of former relationship, anything that could sway your opinion, you may want to consider not accepting this assignment. Broker shall not provide a BPO or CMA unless the broker has personally inspected the exterior and interior of the property. So when you are asked to do a BPO or CMA, you got to go check it out. Drive around. If you can get inside, get inside. There is a provided, however, that an inspection of the exterior is not required if it's waived by the party that ordered it. So if that relocation company in Connecticut says, don't worry about going to the home, then you don't have to worry about going to the home. Guys, we can't volunteer that information. That's for them to say. So we can't get out of going to see the home because we don't want to. It's up to them to say, don't worry about going inside. I think it would be kind of hard to offer my opinion if I haven't seen at least the neighborhood, at least drive by. You know, we can only get so much from pictures, but have you guys been around long enough to know that there are some very talented photographers out there? Have you seen a picture in MLS and then you roll up to the property and you're like, what picture did they take? What angle were they standing at? There are some very talented photographers out there. So with that being said, pictures can't always help us out. So we're going to inspect the inside unless we're told otherwise. Let's see, down here to F, my book people, we're over on page 536. Broker price opinion or CMA provided to for whom the opinion or analysis be in a form shall address some other items such as the description of the comps. You can't just say, I'm going to use 123 Main Street as a comp. You need to provide that description of the comp, show us what adjustments you're going to make to those comp properties. What are you adjusting? Is it the square footage, the size of the lot, the number of bedrooms? What do you deem important to adjust? We need to be able to provide the local real estate market conditions, what's going on in your area. Let's see, for BPOs, CMAs, we're encouraged to look at closed properties no more than 6 months back. However, depending on the market, we may have to go back 6 months. So what this is saying is if you do have to look at comps that close further back than 6 months, explain why. Let's see, your different methods and coming to your opinion of probable sales price or leasing price. And then the estimated leasing price may be reported, but we're going to make sure that we report as a range. So when we're offering our opinion on the CMA or the BPO, we're not just going to give a number. Again, that's what the appraiser gets to do. You and I are going to report it in a range, understanding, I mean, that's the difference in our level of experience versus the appraiser's level of experience. So that's just a very short and sweet, I know, very short and sweet of what the commission rule says the standards for these BPOs and CMAs are. Again, if you're ever called to ask to do one of these for a fee, you guys need to refer to your real estate manual. You need to refer to license law and commission rule to make sure you're performing them competently. If you're not doing it for a fee, then we're held to similar standards. Once we do these CMOs and BP, CMA, you do it, CMA and BPO. Once we do these, I think we're really good about how we're going to document everything, right? How many years do we have to keep stuff? Who remembers how many years? There it is. Yep. We keep everything for at least 3 years. And that's 3 years from the successful or unsuccessful conclusion of the transaction. And that does include our BPOs and CMAs. So every single time you do one of these for a client and a transaction, hang on to it. I think I told you guys last week that a lot of companies, including my firm, are starting to have buyers and sellers initial off on it. That way, we know that they know that they've seen it. We're documenting our documentation, for goodness sakes. This is where we're getting in this, in this industry. Again, if you're doing it as part of your general brokerage services, we can't charge a fee. This is just part of our job. So helping the seller properly list their property, helping the buyer determining what they should offer. Anybody can do a BPO or CMA, even you guys, provisional brokers, as long as you're not charging that fee. None of us can charge a fee as part of our general brokerage duties. So as you can imagine, the commission says that these things need to be performed competently. Like I said, you guys, it did not, when I first started doing CMAs, it did not take me long to figure out that I could pretty much make this report say whatever it is I wanted it to say. I could make the numbers work and I could make it do what I wanted it to do. Is that performing it competently? Absolutely not. So there is I hate to call it a science or an art, but there's kind of an art or a science to it. And this is where I highly recommend you guys take advantage of any training on CMOs, BPAs. Your firm should be helping you. They may offer training. I know about once every, I don't know, 3 or 4 months, 5 months, something like that. The Winston-Salem Board of Realtors has a CMA class. So my Winston-Salem people, you may want to be on the lookout for that. I imagine some of your other MLSs may offer something similar. So absolutely take advantage of the training. So you can make sure you're performing these in a competent manner. We have the basic duty of performing these for a competent manner, whether we're doing them for a fee or not for a fee. This is the commission, licensed law commission rule jumps in. So those things that we talked about a few minutes ago specifically stated if you're charging for a fee, but the commission says, you know what, whether you're charging a fee or not, our duties are going to be the same. Remember, the law of agency tells us that we need to work reasonable skill, care, and diligence. And when we're doing these things for a fee or without a fee, we also need to make sure we're disclosing any information that could influence the client's decision. Is there some kind of rumored something coming that could affect the values, either negatively or positively? Are they going to, redraw the school lines, or is it going to be anything that's going to influence our decision? It's not just a matter of throwing a bunch of numbers at people and saying, here you go. It's having conversation, explaining our findings, sitting down with buyers and sellers and going over it with them. As we said and are saying, you guys need the competence to properly perform these things. This is where that training comes in, being familiar with the market. Real Estate Commission, if you don't do these things competently, Real Estate Commission could fine you for willful or negligent misrepresentations or omissions. It could go either way. Remember, the commission's #1 purpose is to protect the public. So why are they so set on this? Making sure that we're not endangering the interest of the public, making sure that we're providing the best information that we can. Okay, this is new now. So once you do that BPO or CMA, there's a couple things. 542, Teresa, it's just a few pages away from where we were. You're on the digital. But just a couple of things to make sure that your BPO or CMA includes. We need a description of the subject property. Remember, that subject property is the one that we're studying. It's the one that we're comparing everything else to. What's the property interest? For example, is it a fee simple defeasible estate, or is it another kind of estate? Is there a life estate in place, for example? Is there something other than that fee simple absolute? The purpose of the BPO CMA, why are we doing it? The assignment request, who requested it? Is it for a fee? Or are we doing it for our general brokerage? Our disclosure of any interest, like, are we going to be representing a party? Again, if I'm doing this for a listing appointment, I'm probably going to favor the sellers more, right? Because that's the hat that I'm wearing. If I'm doing this for a buyer, I might favor the buyers. So what's our interest in this? If I'm doing it for a third company, I'm doing it for a fee, I'm getting paid. Also talk about those local market conditions. You know, again, like we talked about last week, like you guys are familiar with, the real estate market has been insane the last couple years. And this insanity absolutely has affected our local market conditions. So how is your market faring? Are you seeing closings going up? Are you seeing closings going down? We are the experts of our industry. And our industry is the market that we choose to work. We need to be familiar with our market, what's going on. Guys, I'm in MLS multiple times a day. When something hits the market, I see it. When something goes under contract, I see it. I follow those numbers because that's learning and following the local market conditions. Your report needs to include the date that you perform the report. There's your name, license number, and signature. Remember, if you sign it, more than likely, you're going to have to include your license number. What is the name of the firm that you're affiliating with? And then your disclaimer statement, page 543. Here's your disclaimer statement. You can copy and paste. This opinion is not an appraisal of the market value, may not be used in lieu of an appraisal. If an appraisal is desired, the services of an appraiser shall be obtained. This opinion may not be used by any party primary basis to determine value of a parcel of or an interest in real property for mortgage loan originating, including first and second mortgages, refinances, or equity lines of credit. So the end of your report is going to include that disclaimer statement, letting the people you're doing it for know that you're not an appraiser. Just some final thoughts on BPOs and CMAs. Again, how many times have I said this now? About 6 times. We got to perform in a competent manner. We got to make sure that we're performing them competently. In your book, Article 6 of doing the BPO CMAs on page 554, that's the license law. We looked at the commission rule just a few minutes ago, so you have that as well. Different acts. And then there's a sample on 546 as well. So you can use your book. Your book is a good resource. Have you guys gotten to do a BPO or CMA yet? I know not for a fee, but have you gotten to do one yet? A couple of you head bobs. And even now, I mean, no matter how long you're doing it, you may come across a unique property, unique situation. And, you know, never be afraid to ask for help. I'm a firm believer that sometimes 2 heads are better than 1. So if you ask your peers or your BIC for some help, then you can help better prepare these things for your buyers, sellers, or third parties. Any questions on BPO CMA?
The only question I have is I just know there's some agents like at this firm that do BPOs kind of on the side, and I just don't know like who's calling and asking for BPOs, like just clients or just, yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out, because it's like a whole side hustle for them.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think because we had a guy too, because we, like I said, a relocation company was up in Connecticut, and we had an agent that was just devoted to that how he got in. I don't know, other than the fact that he'd been in real estate for like 40 years. So I'm guessing something with experience, you know, got him in. But yeah, he pretty much he was the listing agent for anything that relocation company wanted to list in this area. That was a very large firm. So, right. So they have a lot more connections if you're a local firm or regional firm. But, you know, the example of the attorney, sometimes that divorce attorney may need some kind of opinion so they can settle the divorce decree. I imagine attorneys for several reasons may need an opinion. So that might be somebody to the bank, maybe. They may want an opinion without paying the appraiser. I mean, basically, Ryan, anybody that wants the opinion without paying the appraisal fee would be a good candidate for for doing these things.
Heck yeah. I appreciate it, Julie. Thank you.
Yeah. The one and you know, it'd be a hard way to make a living because I want to think the one I did for the fee, it was like $250. You know, so how many of those do you have to do to, you know? But again, there's no flat fee, there's no set fee. That's just what they were willing to pay me. And I really kind of thought it was a waste of their money because by the time they called me, the property was already under contract. And I'm like, well, what does my opinion matter? A buyer has already agreed to pay X amount. And they're like, we just want to make sure that they're not. I'm like, all right, I'll go. But, you know. Anything else, BPO CMAs? So we went through all that. We talked about BPO CMA, sales comparison approach, income capitalization approach, the GERM, gross rent multiplier. We went through all that so we can help advise our seller on the listing price. We went through all that so we could tell the seller the estimate, the probable sales price. Now, again, when we call this the probable sales price, this is what we think it's going to sell for. Now that we have this probable sales price, we can have a conversation with the seller about the list price. And the suggestion is that we list it a little bit more than the probable sales price to give ourselves some wiggle room, to give us some room for negotiations. We know how buyers work, right? They're naturally going to come in lower in a typical market. They're going to come in lower than the list price. So again, that just gives your sellers wiggle room for negotiations. Talk to your seller about the current market conditions. Don't assume that everybody knows what's been going on in the real estate market the last couple of years. Don't assume that all sellers know that it's currently a seller's market. Now, I will say there's a lot of sellers that are trying to get a bad name. You know, sellers jack the prices up. Sellers were asking too much. But guys, you know what I've seen in the last couple of years? Sellers have been pricing their home right for the most part. You do have the occasional let's overprice it. But for the most part, sellers have been pricing their homes right. It's the buyers coming in and offering $50,000 or $110,000 more than asking price that's driving that market up. Am I saying all sellers are innocent? Of course not. But it's been the buyers that have been driving up these prices. And all the agents in my firm during this market, even though we knew when we listed it that it was going to go for more than that, we always encouraged our sellers to list it right. Because when you overprice it, a buyer can see through that quickly. So we always encourage them to price it right. Yep. Teresa, we all need to go take a break. So I was just looking at my time. I got to chit chat. All right, so let's take 10. So we got 5:39 and we'll come back and keep working with sellers. Welcome back. So we're wrapping up our discussion on how we can help the sellers determine their price, how we advise the sellers on the price. Remember, this whole section, we're still working with sellers. We've been working with sellers for a long time. So discussing the current market conditions. Again, the last couple of years, prices were up. It could have been easy to tell the sellers to overprice, and in time, value started going up just a little bit as the market caught up to the comps, to the CMAs. Something else that may affect the listing price are the seller's needs and desires. It's been my experience that when it comes to the sellers, it's time versus money. You want to make top dollar, or do you need to get rid of this thing pretty quickly? If you need to get rid of it quickly, we need to price it so it'll sell fast. If you want to get top dollar, then I need you to be prepared to spend some time with it on the market. It may not happen right away. So what are their needs and desires? We also need to talk to the seller about their sales proceeds. Most of the time, seller gets money back from closing. But there are some occasions, there are some incidences where the seller has to bring money to the closing table. And that's something we need to decide. We need to help the seller understand up front. Remember last week when we looked at our listing agreement and we asked the seller for their outstanding mortgages, their outstanding balances. As we're tallying all those up, if what the seller owes is close to what we think we can sell it for, then we may need to have a conversation with them and make sure they can afford to sell. I think I asked you guys last week, but it makes sense. We can have the conversation up front with the seller about what they owe, what their debt is, or we can wait till we get to closing day and have the seller look at you and say, I don't have that kind of money. So, that's entirely up to you guys, but I do recommend the hard conversation up front. Save yourself all that work, all that energy. Now you got upset buyers. There could be lawsuits. All sorts of things can happen. And then the other thing when we're listing the seller's property could be our needs as well. Is it a unique property? Is it a hard to sell property? I mean, if it's in bad condition, then we may need a handyman special, a handyman buyer to come in and buy it, for example. What can we do to help that seller best set the listing price? Guys, please remember the seller sets the listing price. We're just helping them determine it. We're helping them come to that. So we do a CMA, and then we always suggest that they list it for a little bit more than that. So we have that, that wiggle room for negotiations. We also need to help the seller determine their net, how much they're going to make. Do you think that's a common question for a seller to look at you and say, when you sell my house, how much am I going to make? How much am I going to walk away with? Do you guys think that's common? Yeah, that's probably the number one question sellers ask after how much is your commission. The next thing they want to know is how much am I going to walk away with? So we need to help the seller figure that out. We have a form. We're going to look at it in just a second. But we have a form. It's called the Seller's Estimate Net Proceeds. And that form kind of walks through with the seller what they should be looking out for. So again, we're going to look at that in just a second. And again, my firm requires it. My firm makes us go over it with the sellers because it allows them to see their bottom dollar. But basically, the seller's net, once they pay our commission, they pay all their other costs and repairs, their liens, their outstanding balances, everything else. They get whatever's left. So if you guys picture closing day and there is a whole line of people standing there with their hand out waiting on this deed to transfer hands, right? There's a whole line of people that say, as soon as you sell, I get money. And in that, all that line, outstanding liens, balances, repairs, costs, attorneys, at the very end of that line is the seller. So they literally get whatever's left, whatever, once everybody pays out, the seller's proceeds are what's left. We maybe ask the seller to help calculate their net. I think, again, we see this more with the investor seller. And if we're helping them calculate their net, we need to look at a couple different pieces. So the adjusted sales price, when you take your sales price minus your closing expenses, that's going to give the seller the adjusted sales price. If we compare that to what they paid for it, so back in the day you bought it, what was your purchase price plus your closing expenses? And that gives the seller their adjusted cost. Once we know what you paid for it back in the day, minus what you sold it for today, that helps the seller determine their net. Hopefully we see a profit, but as we just said, we could see a loss. There were a lot of sellers in the housing market crash that were bringing money to closing. I think, as we talked about the end of last week, I think we may find more incidences. Sellers are underwater. I think we're going to go through another round of foreclosures and short sales. So again, having these hard conversations up front could save you guys some time, some money, some energy, all that good stuff. Another thing that could come up with sellers with this loss, we could be facing a potential short sale. So we ask the hard questions up front. How much do you owe? What are your outstanding balances? What's your outstanding debt? And when that list starts adding up to more than what we think we can sell the house for, our little red flag should go up. We need to be on alert for short sales. So let's talk about what a short sale is. In order to qualify for a short sale, we have to have all three of these pieces. So the first two pieces are about the seller. Their proceeds are not enough to pay off all their debts. They owe more than what they can sell the house for. And they don't have the liquid assets to make up the difference. So it's not like they can drain their savings account, cash in their stocks, and make up that difference. In addition to that, in order to have a short sale, we have to have the lien holders and all of the lien holders' approvals. Generally speaking, in a short sale, there are multiple lien holders, and every single one of them has to agree. And what they're agreeing to do is to allow the seller to pass title with them not getting everything that's owed to them. They're agreeing to release the liens upon receiving an amount less than what's owed. So here's the deal with a short sale. You get a call from a seller. Maybe they tell you they're potentially facing a short sale. Maybe you start adding up all their outstanding liens and your little red flag goes up and you ask some questions. However, we find out that this could possibly be a short sale. The fact that it is a potential short sale is a material fact. It's something that we need to disclose. Your MLSs, you can have a status of potential short sale, possible short sale. Can we all agree that a buyer deserves to know what they're buying? Isn't that a pretty simple statement? It makes sense, right? If they're buying a short sale, yeah, they might be getting it for a deal, but they need to know that it is a potential short sale. This is why we call it a potential short sale. I'm going to go back for 1 minute. We list the property, we advertise it as a potential short sale, goes on the market, buyer makes an offer, seller and buyer negotiate the terms of the offer like they always do. None of that is different. It's what we always know. Once we go under contract, once we have an accepted contract, buyer and seller in agreement and everything is signed, that is when the lien holders will start their process, their approval process. The lien holders aren't going to look into this until they have a bona fide contract in their hand. Some of them may require an appraiser to go out to give their opinion or their estimate of value, but that's still not what they know a buyer is willing to pay for that property. And the only way they know for sure what a buyer is willing to pay for that property is if we have that actual contract, that signed, executed contract in our hand. So the lien holder's approval doesn't even start until we're under contract. At that point, that's a potential short sale because we don't have a true short sale until we have the lien holder's approval. I don't want you guys to misinterpret the name short sale. These things have nothing to do with the amount of time that they take. They're called a short sale because the seller's short on funds. The seller's short on money to clear their balances. They say on average, from contract to closing, on average, you can expect about 6 months for a short sale. And that's average. That means you can have more than 6 months, less than 6 months. I've done 2 of these in my career. Both times I was a buyer's agent. My first one was about 4.5 months, not too bad. My second one was, y'all better brace yourself for this one. This one hurts me whenever I say it. 11.5 months. We were under contract for 2 weeks shy of a year. Thought, why not carry it out 2 more weeks? My goodness, we've made it this far. What's 2 more weeks? 11.5 months waiting on getting all of the lien holders' approval. And in that particular one, there were a lot of lien holders, including an outstanding lien with the IRS. Now, I don't know how much you know about the IRS, but I'm here to tell you they're not known for their rapid response. I don't know which one slowed us down 11.5 months. I'm just speculating, but we had to get everybody's approval. As far as our roles go in the short sales, again, listing agent, you've got to disclose that it's a potential short sale. Understanding we're not getting short sale approval until the lien holders have that contract and spend their time looking at it. Buyer's agents and your buyers, the name of the game with these is patience. You can't call somebody and say, are you going to look into this for my buyers? You can't get on the phone. You can't speed up the process. You need to look at your buyers when they say, I think I want to make an offer on this property. You need to look at your buyers and say, I need you to be patient. On average, 6 months. And I'm telling you, at the end of my 11.5, I was running out of patience. My buyers were running out of patience. If I could make that situation even more fun, these buyers were like really good. I mean, they still are, but really good friends of mine. So anytime we went to dinner, it was like, hey, Julie, they sent their 7-year-old, Aunt Julie, when can I get my new house? I'm like, that's just mean right there. What do you want Aunt Julie to do about it? It's a long process, you guys. I know. And I mean, it's a long process, you guys. And again, the name of the game is patience. We're going to look at our short sale addendum. Again, I now got 2 forms for us to look at, so we'll look at both of those in just a second. Questions on a short sale? We'll look at the form. I think the form does a really good job of explaining it. So again, it kind of takes me back to my whole being familiar with the forms. It'll help you in particularly this situation. If you're the listing agent, again, the form's going to tell you, you want to have your seller talk to their accountant. You want to have them talk to their attorney. You want them to talk to everybody to make sure we're all on the same page. So 2 forms we'll look at in just a second. We looked at our listing agreement last week. I can't ask the seller to sign a listing agreement if I don't have all the blanks filled in. We can't say something like, oh, just sign it and we'll come up with the asking price later, the listing price later. We need to make sure we have all the blanks, particularly listing price and our commission filled in before we ask the seller to sign it. We also said last week that we cannot perform a single service for an owner of a property without having a signed written agency agreement. So when we say we need the owner's consent to put a for sale sign or for rent sign in the yard, lock boxes, as we saw in our listing agreement last week, there's a place for the seller to agree to put signs in the yard. Another benefit of being familiar with our market, our area, there may be rules or laws on sign placement. I know, for example, in Forsyth County, Guilford County, you can't put a open house sign out before noon on Friday. If you put it out before noon on Friday, that could be a violation. That's not your area. You may want to look into that. When the open house is over at 4 o'clock, you need to pick your sign up on your way out. There have been times where agents forget signs and the city goes around and they grab the signs. And don't those open house signs point you to the listing? And isn't your name on the for sale sign on the listing? So when they're going to fine you, they know who to go after because there's your name, phone number, company, everything they need to do to find you. There's some townhomes or condo complexes, for example, that may have something in the bylaws that say you can't have a sign in the yard, in which case you need to put the for sale sign in the window at a front room of the home. So again, just being familiar with the different laws and rules. When it comes to our advertising, blind ads are not allowed. Anybody remember what a blind ad is? I see you talking, but I can't hear you.
When you don't include like your firm name or
That's exactly
information
it.
about like your brokerage.
That's exactly it, Teresa. Guys, always remember whose listing is it? Is it your
Firm.
listing? It's the firm's listing. So when you're advertising homes for sale, you have to include the firm's name. When you're advertising your brokerage services, remember your brokerage services are under that of the firm. Don't use, if your email address has your firm's name in it. So for example, if your email is julie@caldwellbanker.com, that's not enough. Have it embedded in an email is not enough. You actually need to pull that out and list that firm. If you're not a firm, if you're a sole practitioner, a sole proprietor, you are your firm. So then you just need to make sure you include your name. Also with sellers, with compliance, we're going to talk about TILA on the next slide, do a quick review on that. There's some advertising guidelines when it comes to TILA. We'll also do a quick reminder on fair housing, making sure those advertising restrictions are in compliance. And then internet advertising. We need to let the sellers know that their listing's going out to everybody in the world. So be cautious when you're taking pictures of the home. Know that those pictures are going out to everybody, but let your seller know before you show up for picture day. If there's things that you don't want listed or things you don't want splattered all over the internet, then they may want to consider taking those down. I've had sellers ask me, do you have to take pictures of this room? No, I don't have to take pictures of this room. If you don't want me to take pictures of this room, that's fine. I can't stop a buyer from coming into this room if they're seeing your property. So let's go back and we're going to pick up TILA, we're going to pick up fair housing. That's what those little asterisks mean. So TILA is our Truth in Lending Act, also known as Regulation Z. TILA is the T in TRID. Now we're not getting into TRID in this class. You guys will spend more on TRID in 302. But what we're going to focus on with TILA, and specifically with TILA, what we're looking at is TILA's advertising requirements. And TILA gives us some trigger terms. And what TILA says, if any specific number about the loan is hit in your advertising, then we have to disclose all the terms of the loan. So let's break this down. First off, we set a specific number. Do you guys hear the difference when we talk about down payment? Do you hear the difference in 0 down payment versus low down payment? Do we hear the difference? I hit a specific number when I advertised 0 down payment. If I say low down payment, that could be 0, that could be a couple $100. Amount of payment, is there a specific number of months, for example? The number of payments, how many times you have to make that payment in your finance charge. Here's the deal. If a lender, TILA's a lender law. If a lender is bold enough to advertise a specific number, then they need to be bolder and disclose all the terms of the loan. If the lender is bold enough to hit a specific number, the presumption is that the loan is a one-size-fits-all. Is that generally the case with loans? We all have different credit scores, don't we? We all have different credit history. We all have a different credit story. And because of that, they're not a one-size-fits-all product. But again, TILA says, hey, if you're going to throw a number out there, then you're going to offer what you do for one, you do for all. If we really wanted to have a lot of fun, we could all, 7 of us, we could all call the same lender tomorrow and try to get loan approval on the same property. And I promise you, we would all walk away with different terms, wouldn't we, Michael? We'd all have a different interest rate. We'd all have a different payment amount. And it's because we all come with different down payments, different credit history, different credit. Does that make sense? So they eliminated these specific numbers because there is no such thing as a one-size-fits-all loan. It's all dependent on the applicant. So if any of these numbers are hit in an ad, TILA says that the lender needs to advertise the amount or percentage of the down payment, the terms of the loan repayment, and the annual percentage rate. The APR is a more accurate number than the interest rate. It includes the interest rate, but it also includes all of the fees related to the loan, not just the interest rate. So the APR tends to be a little bit more precise because it includes more than the interest rate. So a trigger term is hit and the lender has to disclose this information. They need to disclose the terms of the loan. Hear me when I say, when a specific number about the loan is hit. Let me tell you how tests like to trick you. Can I advertise the list price? Is the list price a number about the loan? No, that's not about the loan. That has nothing to do with the lender terms. That's just what the seller wants to get for it. What about HOA dues? Are HOA dues about the loan? Does that have anything to do with the loan? No. So just because you guys see a number and you tend to get excited. TILA violation. Just because you see a number, I need you to breathe and then stop and ask yourself, is this a number about the loan? Because if it's not a number about the loan, then it's not a TILA or a TRID violation. I know. So pay attention, I guess is what I'm saying, right? So TILA, we just said, TILA is a lender law. So why do you and I as real estate agents care about TILA? Well, we may connect with and work with lenders. And if we're connecting and working with lenders, we may be on some of the lenders' advertising. We may be on some of their flyers and brochures. Let's say you get a really nice listing and you decide you want to do a broker open next week. You want to hold open, your new listing from 4 to 6. You're going to invite all the brokers in the area to come by. Y'all want to do a wine and cheese? Let's do a wine and cheese next week. So we're going to do this broker open, trying to get agents in to see your listing so they can tell their buyers about it. And you call your lender buddy and you say, I'm going to do a broker open. Do you want to go in on it with me? And your lender buddy is probably going to say yes, because if they go in with you, isn't that an opportunity for your lender buddy to meet other agents? agents that they could recommend your buyers to. So the lender buddy's going to say, absolutely. And then your lender buddy says, let me do the flyer for your broker open. You guys think you're going to want to check that out before it goes out? Because your name's on there, your contact information. And even though you didn't make the flyer, you're still on there. So you could be held liable if there is a violation of truth in lending advertising. Questions on TILA? The other thing we skipped over that we want to make sure that we're covered now is our fair housing advertising restrictions. Remember, we cannot advertise anything that would affect any of the protected classes. We're going to review those in just a second. That's pretty specific, isn't it? Making, printing, publishing any notice, statement, or advertising with respect to the sale or the rental. Watch those advertising guidelines. I think we talked last week that like the Triad MLS now has a software program that'll identify, I don't know how many words. If you have that word in your remark, they may flag it and say, warning, make sure you're using this word appropriately. Don't put this advertising out if it's something that could be a violation of fair housing, whether intentional or not. And I don't know how you guys learn the protected classes, but there's a couple different methods. You guys like corn? I always knew fresh corn. So if you like fresh corn, ooh, we're coming up on fresh corn season, aren't we? Yay, soon. So the protected classes, the familiar status, guys, that's about the children. Once you're 18, age is not a protected class. The only protected class with age is the children and women expecting children. Race refers to an individual, where an individual comes from, the group of people they affiliate with. The equality isn't a protected class, it's just there as a filler so I can spell the word fresh. So equality for all. Sex is referring to an individual's gender. As of February 2021, now protected under sex are sexual orientation and gender identity. So sexual orientation and gender identity now fall under the category of sex. Handicap and disability status is a protected class. And then our corn, the color of an individual's skin. Again, opportunity is not a protected class. It's just there for a filler. So I could spell the word corn. Opportunity for all. Religion is referring to an individual's spiritual beliefs. And then national origin is where you or your direct ancestors hail from. National Association of Realtors has deemed April as Fair Housing Month. So I imagine, especially those of you that are affiliated, in the next few weeks, your firm very well may offer something from NAR. They usually release some good stuff about that time, good refresher. Again, this is another one of these things that we kind of need to visit over and over and over again to make sure that we remember, to make sure that we're staying on top and make sure that we're treating the public the way that we need to, the way they should be treated. When it comes to fair housing and advertising guidelines, make sure you're describing the property, not the person. We can talk about the property all day long. Do not talk about the people. Mention the amenities, what's nearby, but not who is participating with the amenities. You can state geographical location, but be careful about stating landmarks. That might be, you know, I hate to say it, but our advertising, we need to be careful, obviously, but we don't want to get too specific. The more specific you get, the more you run into this possibility of getting yourself in trouble, not necessarily just for fair housing, but you could get yourself. So keep that advertising broad. I'm a big fan of pictures. Don't pictures paint 1,000 words? And when you find that talented photographer that can make that house that's about ready to fall down in the next good breeze, that photographer that can make that house look good, you know you found yourself a good, a good photographer. We used to have one, my firm, he was not a good photographer. And I swear, if he could find the tree or the bush in the front yard, he had to stand behind that to take the picture. Like, there is one dang tree in the front yard. Why do you have to stand behind the tree? Step around the tree and take the picture. I don't know what that was. I guess he was just trying to show that it was nature or something. I don't know, but the trees blocking the view of the house. I remember one, it was kind of up on a hill, and he stood at the bottom of the driveway, and there was this huge crack going up the driveway. And the angle he had, it was a picture of the crack, not the house, not the, that's all you could see. I'm like, why is this a good picture? So there's good photographers out there, and there's not so good photographers out there. With advertising guidelines with fair housing, be careful of pictures of people. Make sure your pictures of people are representative of all people. I know a lot of new homes, new construction communities like to show happy families living here. Show several different types of families, several different dynamics of families, several different colors of families. That gives the impression that all families are welcome. Questions on fair housing? Marketing the property, some compliance to know when marketing the property. Again, we need permission to put the for sale sign in the yard. That's handled in our listing agreement. We need permission to put it in MLS. That's handled in our listing agreement. One thing not handled in our listing agreement are showing instructions. Talking to the seller about, are there certain times of day that aren't convenient? Every once in a while you get a seller with a new baby, and 1 to 3 o'clock is nap time. So can we restrict showings from 12:45 to 3:15 so we don't interfere with nap time? Well, of course we can. Have these conversations. You know what we're running into these days? People working from home. 3 years ago, it was people attending school, doing everything from home. At least now the kids are back in school for the most part, and a lot of people are back at home. But there were some challenges as well there too. When you're putting in your showing instructions, make sure you include how to access the property. Is it on a combo box? What's the code? Is it on a Supra or a Sentry Lock or whatever your MLS association uses? Is there a key hidden under the rock in the backyard, right? How are they going to get in the property? How are they going to access it? How do you guys feel about showing property? You show up to show a listing and the seller is there. Have you had this happen yet? You will. You don't like it, Ryan? I don't like it either, Teresa. It kind of makes the buyer, it puts the buyer in an awkward position because they don't feel comfortable. They don't feel comfortable asking questions, especially when the seller is a helicopter seller and they're following you around the house. I'm like, oh, for goodness sakes, you know, it's hard for the buyer to see the home when we got the seller flitting around behind us. Listing agents, try to get your sellers out for appointments. Now, at the end of the day, it's their home and I can't make them leave, right? I can only highly recommend, encourage, tell them the benefits of them not being there. But it does absolutely make for an awkward showing. You know, if nothing else, tell yourself, fine, if you have to be here, just go sit out on the front porch or something, right? Just give the buyers and the buyer's agent a few minutes to go through the home so they can see it objectively without you hanging around offering your opinion. Print media, internet advertising, flyers. How are you going to promote and advertise the property? You go to a listing appointment, you look at a seller and you say, if you hire me, I'm going to put your listing in MLS. Guess what? Every single agent is going to do that hires them. They're going to put the listing in MLS. So how does that make you stand apart? You're no different than anybody else, right? So when you're selling your services, what makes you different? What are you going to do to advertise, market their home other than MLS, which is what all the rest of us are going to do anyway? Whether or not you're going to do an open house. Some homes aren't good candidates for open houses. I know agents, and there's no science to this, but I know some agents will say, if you have to turn, if I need more than 5 directional signs, it's not worth doing the open house, just getting the buyer there. Now, you may have a different opinion on that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but there are some agents that if it's not easily accessible, it may not be a good candidate for an open house. Obviously, we need the seller's permission to do the open house. I know last week we talked about seller safety, protecting their stuff during the open house, having a conversation about putting up valuables and things that can easily walk away. As the listing agent, you need to have a conversation with the seller about your availability to show to prospective buyer. Is the seller okay with you showing with a prospective buyer? Do they want other agents to do it? Your sign is in the front yard, your name, your number. So if they pull over on the side of the street, pick up the phone and call somebody, they're calling you. So what's that availability to show property? I know last week too, we talked about that limited listing firm, and that may be an additional a la carte service, a la carte pricing. If you want me to show your listing, I'll present you offers. That's what license law and commission rule says that I have to do. But as far as showing the property, have that conversation with the sellers. And then, of course, how we're going to cooperate with other agents. How are we going to share our commission? Remember, the seller pays the listing firm. The listing firm shares their commission with whomever brings the buyer. And our listing agreement does a split. How much of my commission am I going to share with the seller sub-agent, if we are? And how much of my commission am I going to share with a buyer's agent? Few more points to consider. Permission from the seller to use pictures, videos of the inside. Again, is there places they don't want you to take pictures of? If there's things that they don't want splattered all over the internet, then tell them to take it down before you show up for picture day. We need to have the seller try to put their stuff up before we make it available for pictures and showing. Guys, I sell space, not stuff. And it's hard to see the space in a cluttered home. My team leader, I love it. She tells sellers, before you list, before I come show up to do pictures, I want you to go to Target or Big Lot or whatever and get yourself 5 or 6 of those big plastic totes. You know what I'm talking about? Get yourself 5 or 6 of those big plastic totes and go home and pack up stuff. They're moving anyway. Don't they got to pack anyway? So go through, pack up 5 or 6 totes of personal stuff. And when you finish that, go back and do it again. We're trying to get it down to the bare minimum so we can see the space, so the buyers can see the space. I also think it's worth taking down personal effects. I think it's really hard for a buyer to imagine themselves living there when they're looking at pictures of your kids. It's awfully hard for a buyer to envision that. And, you know, we may not want all those pictures of all those kids on the internet anyway. So again, I would encourage my seller to declutter, depersonalize, try to make it as neutral as possible. Because when the buyer walks in the front door, they're trying to imagine their lives here. And when they're looking at your stuff, when they're distracted by your stuff, it could get difficult. So I caught word, this has been a long time ago, but I caught word of a new listing on the market, and it was my ex-boyfriend's parents. And I was like, oh no, where are they going? Where are they going? So of course I jumped in MLS and I was all over it, checking it out. I'm looking at the pictures, and I get to the pictures of the guest bedroom, and there on the nightstand is a picture of me and him. And I'm like mixed emotions all over the place, right? I'm like, first off, I mean, like, they were awesome. It was one of those things when we broke up, I was like, does that mean I can't hang out with your parents anymore? Like one of those breakups, you know? And I was like, oh, maybe they miss me too. But then I'm like, dang, we were all over the internet. Are you kidding me? I wish she would have taken it down before they showed up for pictures, but not much I can do about it. And who was that listing agent that said, I don't know who those people are, but you may want to take that down? Just doing away with the personal effects so they can picture themselves living there. The other thing to consider, your book, somewhere on page 245, 246 says that most sellers are willing to leave the survey for the buyer. That's never been my experience. So I don't know what sellers this book is referring to. It is my experience that should the seller, I've never known one, but should the seller be willing to share their survey with the buyer, buyer's agents, we always need to encourage our buyer to have their own survey done. Monuments move, monuments change over time. So having a current, accurate survey, the title insurance company, the buyer's title insurance company will appreciate it. We aren't the only ones selling this house. Sellers have a role as well. What can they do to make the property more attractive? Like we just said, declutter, take down personal effects. Mow the yard. You know, it doesn't take much. Maybe do a little bit of landscaping. Paint the front door an outrageous color to help it stand out a little bit. You know, do we have to clean something, wash something? It doesn't take much to spruce it up a bit. We also need to make sure that the sellers are prepared for showings every single day. Have anybody ever sold a house before? Anybody sold a house? A couple of you? Selling a house is a full-time job, right? When your house is for sale, you can't just throw your cereal bowl in the sink and run out the door and go to work. You got to rinse that thing out, put it in the dishwasher. You can't forget to make your bed this morning. You need to make the bed before you go. Before you leave as a seller, you need to make sure that your home is show ready each day, have it nice and clean. We talked about safeguarding the valuables, making sure they're not leaving personal items around, showing availabilities. Again, if they have specific times that aren't good, then we can work around them. And then handling the offers. We know an offer's coming in. We know the terms of the offers, or what the terms of the offers could be. So maybe we can ask the seller some things up front, like, you know I'm going to be asked if the fridge is going to stay. So ask the seller, y'all going to leave the fridge? Y'all going to take the fridge? I know I'm going to be asked if I do an open house. Why are they selling? I don't know why, but I am always asked that. People come to the open house and they want to know why they're asked, why they're selling. Is it the seller okay with me sharing that? If they're not, then my answer is my seller chooses not to disclose that. More than likely, buyers are going to ask for repairs. Are sellers under any obligations to do repairs? No, but we know we're going to be asked. So again, get them thinking about this stuff. Are you willing to do any repairs? And if so, how much? How much are you willing to do? There's such a thing out there now called a pre-listing home inspection. The seller could have a home inspection done. It's not as in-depth as the buyer's home inspection. It's abbreviated, a quicker version, cheaper, but it gives the seller an idea about the major things. It might take some of the shock factor away when the buyer asks for repairs. Maybe the seller's willing to fix any of it before you list it, in which case you can say this, and this were broke, but the seller's already addressed it. They've already taken care of it. A few different scenarios working with a seller as a buyer's agent. So last week we talked about that FSBO, that for sale by owner. Remember, we need to disclose our status of working with the buyer at first substantial contact. We are still going to always do our working with real estate agent disclosure to the FSBO, because they need to understand where my loyalty is. They need to understand that I don't know them confidentiality. They need to understand that I work for and represent my buyer. So we're gonna do our working with real estate agent disclosure. If they do agree to pay, we looked at the unrepresented seller disclosure and fee agreement form. And the big thing with working with sellers for sale by owners, when you're a buyer's agent, is avoiding any undisclosed dual agency. Don't give the seller any kind of thought that you represent them, that you have their best interests. Everything you do is for the benefit of your buyer and to get that buyer to closing, because that's who your party is. So again, having these conversations up front. Working as a disclosed dual agent, then we're looking for informed written consent of both parties. The sellers hired the firm. The buyers hired the same firm for the same transaction. One firm, one transaction, two clients. We got a little section on dual agency we'll get to later this week. Working as a buyer's agent with a seller, here's our limited service broker. Again, you represent the buyer. That's your role. And sometimes with these limited service brokers, you may be instructed to contact the seller directly. You may not have any communication with the listing agent. Follow the instructions in MLS. They'll tell you who to submit your offer to. But again, just making sure that you know your role as a buyer's agent and that you're disclosing your role to that limited service firm, and you're not accidentally doing anything that could benefit the seller. Your role is to benefit the buyer. Questions? We are finally done working with sellers. We were here a long time, weren't we? There's a lot to take into consideration. You show up and you start gathering information, researching, fact finding, doing a lot. There's a lot involved in working with sellers. So what I want to do now is take a break. When we come back from break, we're going to look at those two forms, seller net proceeds and what else? I'll think of it. So we're going to look at those two forms that, oh, short sales. We'll look at those when we get back, and then we're going to start working with buyers. So let's see, it's 6:27. So we'll come back at 6:38. There we go. Wrap up sellers and start working with buyers.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Very good, Fred. How about you?
Can't complain. Can't complain. Get this week over, be another one down.
Well, for me, it'll be the end of it.
Yeah, good for
Yeah.
you earned it.
Hey, do I remember correctly, Fred? Are you not affiliated yet?
I'm not affiliated yet, correct?
You have places you're thinking about going?
I'm looking at a few places. I haven't really reached out yet, you know.
Okay.
We'll
I guess-
eventually get there. Yeah.
All in due
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael, will you check your chat real quick?
Sure.
So we're back. So let me take attendance. And we're going to look at those couple forms. The first one we have is the seller estimated net worksheet, net sheet. And I think this is a good form to help the seller see what they can get. We can actually use this as a worksheet. When you find or you have access to the interactive version, then all these fields are fillable. Thank you. And you can discuss with the seller, you know. And what I like about this too is we have a couple scenarios with sales prices. So if I sell your house for X amount for this or this, so we can look at several different things. And from the sales price, we're going to deduct the sellers. Here's their mortgage payoff, their liens, HOA assessments. We're going to deduct closing costs, or excuse me, attorney fees, what we expect to get paid. There's a home warranty, prorated HOA dues, taxes. Again, I mean, revenue stamps, any pre-marketing inspections they're going to do. Are they going to have an appraisal, a home inspection? But we can look at all of the seller's costs and all of the seller's expenses. And then bottom line, we can give them an estimate of their net proceeds. Is that kind of cool? Gives us a little worksheet to help have this conversation. I know a lot of listing agents will use it. They may say, you know, if I sell your home for this, this, or this is what you can expect to get. I know a lot of agents used it in the last couple of years in this crazy multiple offer world that we were in. And they were using this to show the sellers, if you accept this offer, this is what you're going to get. If you accept that offer, Does that make sense? So they kind of use that as a worksheet. So this is the seller estimated net worksheet. And the other one, as promised, that we were going to look at is the short sale addendum, which is this one right here. Guys, I think this is a great form. If you're not familiar with this form, obviously, if you ever get yourself in a short sale situation, list agent or buyer's agent, the one thing you're going to want to make sure that you do, if it's a short sale potential, is that you read this form, be familiar with the form. Can I get you guys to promise me something? Promise me that you will never send a form to a buyer or seller client without you looking it over first. Everybody promise me that? Right hand up. You roll your eyes. I asked for a reason. Julie, I promise. Because if you don't know what's in the form and you send it to your client, you say, oh, just sign it. Are you advising them properly? No, you don't know what's in the form. You need to be familiar with it as well. So if you get yourself in a short sale situation, list agent or buyer's agent, review the form and be familiar with it. First off, this form defines what a short sale is. Again, in order to have a short sale, I have to have three pieces. The seller's underwater, they don't have the liquid assets to make the difference, and we have to get the lien holder's approval. We don't have an official short sale until we have the lien holder's approval. Then this form goes over some risks. Buyer and seller understand and agree that no lien holder is required or obligated to approve the short sale. We're going to ask them all to do it. We're going to send them all the contract and we're going to ask them all to do it, but nobody's under any obligation. And if one of those lien holders say no, we're not going to be able to do a short sale. Unfortunately, in that case, the seller very well may be facing foreclosure. Lien holders may require some of the terms of the contract to be amended. So once they get the contract, they may want to review it. They may want to say, yeah, no, we need to change this. But buyer and seller are not obligated to agree if any of the lien holders propose terms. So lien holder comes back and says, no, 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 we need more money, or we need more earnest money, or whatever they may come back and say. We're kind of back to beginning of negotiations again. Seller may not be financially able to make repairs. The lien holders may not allow the sellers to make repairs. Let's think this through. The seller's already said, I don't have enough money to sell. And if they agree to put in, I don't know, $3,000 to fix the roof, aren't you going to have a lien holder going, whoa, 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 whoa. If you have $3,000 to fix the roof, that's $3,000 you can give to me, right? Think through the eyes of the lien holder. So they may not be allowed to make repairs. Due diligence and due diligence fee, the costs are usually not refundable to the buyer, even if we don't get short sale approval. This market's, when I did my short sales, they were both pre-COVID, different market, different world. When I did both of my short sales as a buyer's agent, we went in heavy with earnest money deposit. As a matter of fact, both of my buyers offered 0 in due diligence, but we made up for it in earnest money. That was less risky for my buyers. I don't know what it looks like in this market now, but you know, that's where we were back in 2017, 2018, something like that. Lien holders' approval may take several weeks, or months to obtain. And neither the seller nor any real estate agent can guarantee the timeliness of the lien holder's review, approval, or rejection. And neither the buyer, the seller, the closing attorney, nor the brokers in this transaction have any control over the lien holder's approval. Again, you guys, the name of the game is patience. You submit it and then you sit and you wait for your phone to ring. And that's about where it stands. That's about where we are. Something interesting that the short sale addendum does is it creates a contingency. So let's back up for just a second and talk about what a contingency is. A contingency says, I can't do this if that doesn't happen. In order for me to do this, we first have to do that. And if this never happens, then that isn't going to happen. And the contingency that this short sale is creating is what it's saying is the seller can't sell their home if they don't have the lien holder's approval. So this contract is contingent on the lien holder's approval. So if we don't get all of the lien holder's approval, then the seller can't be held to the terms of the contract. That's what a contingency says. In order for me to sell my house, I got to get this approval. Is that? So when we put this in MLS, it's going to be a short sale contingent. We're going to let everybody know that it's contingent on the lien holder's approvals. Either party has the right to terminate at any time while we're waiting on the lien holder's approval. Nobody's locked in. If the buyer does terminate while we're waiting on the approval, then they will get their earnest money deposit back. So that's nice. We're going to keep that in that safe escrow account, and nobody's liable for it. Nobody's responsible for it until we go past due diligence. It does also address the dates. So with the dates, both the due diligence date and the settlement date, I can't put a specific date in the contract. How long is due diligence? How long is closing? The terms of the contract don't actually start until we get the lien holder's approval. So in other words, your buyer's not going to start their due diligence period. They don't owe due diligence money until we get that lien holder's approval. And since we don't know when due diligence is going to start, we don't know when it's going to end, we don't know when closing is going to be. So instead of putting a specific date, we're going to consider due diligence through 5 p.m. on the 15th day after the seller's delivery, after we get that notice of approval. So we get the notice of approval, due diligence starts, And then we have 15 days, obviously, unless we put in another number a day. Same thing with our closing. The closing shall be 30 days from the seller's delivery once we get that notice of approval. So we can't put a date in there because we don't know dates yet. And then we have a note that tells us don't put dates in the contract, offer, purchase, and contract 2T. Instead, just put in, see the attached short sale addendum. We're not going to give them specific dates, just a period of time. Something else that makes short sales unique. We could be in a situation where we have multiple contracts. I did not just say multiple offers. We have multiple contracts, which means the seller has accepted numerous of contracts. We have several contracts. The lien holders want to take everything into consideration. And bottom line for the lien holders, they want to get through this as fast as they can with as less cost as they can. So which contract is going to be the best for them? That's the one that'll get the notice of approval. Nobody else will. Thus, the seller, that contingency says the seller's not obligated to the terms of those contracts because of that contingency. Seller needs to represent to the buyer there is or is not an existing contract. Talking about other offers may come in, other contracts may come in. Sellers representing, again, if short sales don't work out, if short sales aren't an option, unfortunately, the seller's other option may be foreclosure. So they need to represent if they are facing a foreclosure proceeding, if they are or are not under bankruptcy. And then as we mentioned earlier, here it is, sellers advised, man, they got to talk to everybody. They're supposed to talk to their attorney, their CPA, other professionals, make sure that their finances are handled, make sure their legalities are handled. Short sales will stay with an individual for 3 years, which means if you've had a short sale in your past 3 years and you go apply for a home loan, it's going to pop up. Foreclosures follow you for 7. So through the eyes of the owner, isn't a short sale much better than a foreclosure? Again, if we can suggest that they talk to the bank for a potential short sale, it's much better for them. Bottom line, whether or not the lien holders will do it, again, for them, it comes down to how much is it going to cost me and how long are we talking? I got a place for everybody to sign. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. And then the last page of this is the notice of approval of short sale. So once that seller gets the approval, they need to notify the buyer in writing. Now we are like officially moving forward with this contract. The seller has gotten approval from all the lien holders. That's when your buyer can start doing their due diligence, finalizing their loan, all that good stuff. Questions on short sales? Questions on anything with working with sellers? It was a big section. Which for you guys, what that means is you can expect some test questions on Thursday about working with sellers. I'm not spending all my time on this to hear myself talk. So now we're going to switch gears just a bit and work with buyers. And I know we talked about safety last week. I think safety first, no matter what. I do think safety is a little bit something that we need to pay a little bit more attention to when working with buyers, because we're out and about. Maybe they're in our cars, maybe they're following me, we're in homes together, that kind of thing. So safety first, no matter who you're working with. But I do think it's more important that we are aware with safety with buyers. So on that note, Michael, and I appreciate you sharing, Michael let me know over the weekend, he found something new. He discovered something new in regards to safety. So Michael, you want to share with your peers what you learned?
I hate, hate to sound like the teacher's pet, but I happen to be kicking around through the Showtime app. And
He
any
doesn't
of
get
you-
extra points, you guys.
I don't want extra points. I want everybody to be safe out there, and if I can get it to cooperate. So if you go into your Showtime app, and then you hit up top here, the 3 little lines, okay? You hit that and it brings up this whole window. If you go to the bottom right there, it says start showing beacon. So you click on that, and then you can put in contact information. So Miss Teresa, you can put in your husband, anybody else, you can put in other names, and then you have a duration, and you can do for whatever the time is. So you send that out, or if you need an emergency, then it automatically sends to that notification up there. So it sends your GPS signal through your phone as to where you are and what you need. It's just a good way, I think, of people to be tracked if you're doing showings, especially a lady. You know, you're out there, any lady, it doesn't matter who, but I mean, even guys, you know, it's just this way somebody knows where you are, you know, if you're maybe uncomfortable or whatever the case might be. I mean, there's just so many different scenarios in which you could use it at this point in time. So I stumbled across it, and I figured I let everybody know about it.
What
Thanks
app
for
is
sharing that,
this?
Michael.
The Showtime app.
Okay.
So get to the security. If you go to Teresa, do you use Apple or Android?
Apple.
All right, so I was it the Apple store you'd have to go to? And if you go in there, you look for this icon right here, the Showtime app right there. So you would find the Showtime, and then that would be the easiest way also to request Showtime, you know, showings for your clients. But through that app, when you click on that,
That's how you'll get there.
brings up the whole app right there. And then I'm still in the show beacon right now because that was the last window I was in. But you can send your beacon out to whomever at that point in time to make sure that they know where you are and what, you know, what you're on a showing, and they can keep an eye on you.
And thank you very much, Michael, for sharing that. Teresa, Fred, you guys aren't affiliated yet, so access to showing time comes through Access and MLS. So once you get affiliated and you're joined up with MLS, that's when you guys get into showing time. Teresa, that's right. You're not affiliated yet, right?
No, I am. I'm
are.
on the Canopy MLS, but I just
Perfect.
didn't know about this app.
Yep. So I think it's a great, the other thing that we have, I think very similar. I know the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors, Ryan, I know that's you. Aaron, I think that's you. Andrew, are you Winston-Salem? Aaron, are you Winston-Salem? Yeah. Andrew.
I'm in New Bern.
New Bern, okay.
He's
So
out
at
east.
least, say it again,
He's out east.
out east.
Yes.
So I know at least Winston, but it might be worth checking with your local board associations, because Ryan, I know you and I have an app through the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors, and it's called like Real Safety or something like that. Again, it's very similar. So any agents that have their app turned on, if you feel yourself in danger, you can like hit a button. So assuming you're in the app, you can hit a button and it'll send a notice out to all the agents. So if somebody happens to be nearby, they can just kind of accidentally pop in. They don't have to make a big deal about it, like what's going on, but they can, oh, was there another showing scheduled? Oopsie, they can accidentally kind of pop in. So unfortunately, Ryan, I don't think there's a lot of agents using that. But I think it's something when it catches on, when it takes on, because it's fairly new. I think that's something that'll take off. So again, you're showing property, you turn it on, something doesn't feel right, you can hit that button and basically call area agents around. So it's another way for us to help each other and help keep each other safe.
That's awesome. Thank y'all for sharing that.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
My pleasure. I just want everybody to be safe. That's all.
Absolutely. Safety always first, you guys. Remember what I said last week? There is no amount of commission worth your safety. So when a buyer says, I'm sitting in front of this house, come show it to me right now, slow down. please slow down. You don't know what that buyer's intentions are. There's no such thing as an emergency showing, you know? So just slow down, form the relationship. We know we need to do the working with real estate agents. You know, you have some other stuff to do with that buyer. So just always be safe. So you already work with some buyers? A lot of this stuff of working with buyers is similar to sellers. So that's why the buyer section isn't as big, because a lot of the stuff we've already talked about. What we're talking about, what we're going to focus on in this section are the things that making working with buyers different than working with sellers. So when you guys meet a buyer for the first time, maybe they come to an open house, maybe you meet them at the grocery store, it's a buyer consultation, doesn't matter to me. One of the very first things I need you guys to do is stop and ask the buyer, are you working with another agent? Because if they're working with another agent, hands off, you guys. Be respectful of other people's clients. Remember last week we talked about soliciting other people's clients. Sellers are easy. We can look at MLS. If their home's listed for sale on MLS and they have a relationship, they are affiliated with somebody. Buyers are not as easy. We have to straight out ask them. Pre-licensing students are always so cute because we get to this point and they're like, is that why every time I go to an open house, the agent asks me if I'm working with a buyer? And I'm like, that's exactly why every time you go to an open house. If you are a buyer's agent and you're sending your buyers open housing, coach them, have a conversation with them, let them know that agent in that house is not representing you. You're just there to go view the home. And I've had some buyers, I love it because I think they have great agents. And they walk in the door of my open house and I say, hey guys, how are you today? We're working with an agent. I'm like, you guys are working with a good agent. You know, they did good. So, you know, have these conversations with your existing buyers. But we always need to find that out. Now, do people lie sometimes? Sure. There's an old saying that says buyers are liars, but you know what? Sellers are too. So we can't, at least by asking, we can start that conversation. There's no guarantee, but at least we can start that conversation. So once we've determined that they're not working with another agent, they're not affiliated with another firm, very, very, very early in the relationship, we need to do that working with real estate agent disclosure. Again, as a buyer's agent, we need to be prepared to do our disclosure no later than first substantial contact. If you don't have the disclosure down until and after first substantial contact, you need to prepare to get them to stop talking. You need to interrupt them. You need to say, you need to be careful what you say to me. I don't represent you. I don't know you confidentiality. Don't assume that they know, because you know what? The average person doesn't know. So make sure you're doing your part, explaining your loyalty, who you're loyal to, and also explaining that no confidentiality thing. The Real Estate Commission says that once we go over the working with real estate agent disclosure, at that time, we need to explain and determine how we're going to proceed. Remember our plane, either my client or my customer. My client get first class, my customers get coach. Don't I need to know early on where to put them in my plane? How do I know how to treat them if we don't know how we're going to proceed? Are we going to proceed with you being my client or my customer? If you are going to be my client, that's great. We'll talk about oral buyer agency next. But if you are going to be my client, are you okay with dual agency? So we have some things we need to decide. Maybe your buyer doesn't want to see something your firm has listed now. But if your firm is big enough, if they have a lot of listings, it stands to reason you may come across that sooner rather than later. Remember, all you need is one listing and one buyer, and you're in a potential dual agency situation. I don't need hundreds and hundreds of listings and buyers to make this happen. We need one listing and one buyer. Discussing the firm's company policy. as far as what the company expects to collect when they help you purchase a home. Explaining to the buyer that we will always ask the seller to pay our commission first. And if the seller can't or won't, then the buyer has to. So what do we expect? Other things about the company's policy, is there a separate fee for dual agency? Is there anything they need to know? And then again, determine what type of agency relationship. How are we going to proceed? Because really the buyer has three choices. They're either going to hire you, they're not going to hire you, or they're going to allow you to work with both them and the seller. I got a little section again for dual agency once we're done with buyers. So we'll be able to spend a little bit more time on dual agency and designated dual agency then. So let's say the buyer doesn't want to hire you. Nope, I don't need representation. Nope, I don't want to hire you. First off, I'm a firm believer. If we're given our pitch right, why wouldn't they want to hire us, right? So if you start having buyer after buyer after buyer going, no, I don't need to be represented. No, I don't need to hire you. You may want to revisit your spiel. You may want to revisit your pitch. Make sense? Because I think the average buyer, particularly the first time home buyer or the person that hasn't bought in 15 years, I think they're going to want to hire you. But if they say, no, 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 I don't want to hire you, well, that's fine. You can proceed as a seller's subagent. When you proceed as a seller subagent, you're working with an unrepresented buyer, which means the buyer's your customer. If the buyer's your customer and you are a seller subagent, who's your loyalty to? I see Teresa's mouth move. Anybody else want to? Michael? Anybody else want to? Yep, there we go. I see mouths move. Don't grind your teeth at me. So if you are a seller subagent, if the buyer is your customer, that means your loyalty is owed to the seller. We're leaving the buyer over there all by themselves. Remember, the buyer is unrepresented. That means the buyer's going through this without anybody holding their hand. So they choose to be unrepresented, which is fine. That's their choice. What if remember what we said when we were talking with sellers? In order for an agent to bring a buyer customer, we first have to have the sellers agree and the firm agree to offer seller subagency. Not all firms, not all sellers want to offer seller subagency. We said the reason for that could be vicarious liability. We don't want the agent or the unrepresented buyer to be the responsibility of the seller or the listing agent. So let's say you have a buyer, doesn't want to hire you. All of a sudden they're interested in something. And when you look at property and when you look at MLS, the MLS says buyer's agent only, which means the only people that they want showing this home is to people that have been hired. Can you, as the seller subagent, show that buyer agent only home? No, you cannot. The seller and the listing agent have already said no. So when you go through proceed as a seller subagent, you first off, before you show property, you need to check that MLS and make sure it allows for both buyer agent and seller subagent. Everybody good with that so far? Seller or buyer's agent only means the seller subagent can't show it. The seller's already said no. So now what do? Well, the buyer doesn't want to hire you. The seller won't let you in the front door because of your role. What do? Can I make the buyer hire me? Can I force them to hire me? No. What do you guys think you would do in that situation? Buyer's not hiring you. Seller said no to seller subagency.
I follow up.
Ryan's going to go for it after all. He's going to call the seller and the listing agent and say, are you sure? Nothing wrong with making that phone call. But what if they say no? I already said no once, and I mean it, Ryan. No, no, no buyer client.
Oh, I'm not
Customer.
following up on the real estate. We're talking about video games or something else. And then
Oh. Guys, unfortunately, in that situation, your only option may be to refer that buyer to that firm. Because the buyer doesn't want to hire you. The firm doesn't want to deal with you. What other option do you have? And I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather take a referral fee than nothing at all. Can anybody else agree with that? Something's better than nothing. So if you ever come across that again, if they're sticking to not hiring you, you really need to make sure that they understand. You really need to make sure that they know that they're limited to what you can show them. You're limited in what you can do for them. And if they still insist on being your customer and they become interested in one of those that's a buyer agent only, not the only thing left to do. I mean, call and ask if anybody wants to change their mind, of course, but after that, about the only thing left to do is refer them to that firm so they can assist the buyer in that transaction. How do we feel about that? I don't know any other alternative. I'm open for suggestions. Kind of leaves us in a bad place. Again, most buyers will hire you. Just be prepared for the one or two. And then in that case, I say you may want to look inward. Is there something you can do to improve your spiel to make it better for the next buyer? As we said, in order to act as a seller sub-agency, or seller sub-agent, the company policy has to allow seller sub-agency. Not all firms allow seller sub-agency. And then for the listings, the seller and the listing firm has to agree to cooperate with a seller sub-agent. So again, you can find that out in MLS. So they say they don't want to hire you, and then they get to know you, and they get to trust you, and they realize that you're a decent person after all. And then they wake up one day and they say, can I just hire you? I know I said I didn't, but now I want to change my mind. Now I want to hire you. Well, I mean, we can, but first off, the Real Estate Commission doesn't recommend this. In other words, they don't want this to be our normal way of conducting business. Once again, I say, if we're doing our jobs properly up front, if we're explaining our services and our duties and our role as a buyer's agent up front, why wouldn't they hire us? So if they're wanting to switch, again, I encourage you to go back and look at your business practice, see how you can improve on that. If, and you guys please note that word if is all caps for a reason. If it does happen, we got to make sure we're doing it carefully. We need to have the seller's full written consent. Let's talk this through. As a seller sub-agent, our loyalty was to whom? The seller. And now the buyer's asking us to switch to their side. And once I make that switch, now who's my loyalty to? The buyer. What if before that switch, I learned something confidential about the seller? And now I make that switch. Don't I have to share that with my buyer? Isn't that what Old Car tells us? Before I make that switch, I need to have a conversation with the seller and or the listing agent. I need to remind them what I know about them and how this can harm them in this transaction. And I need their written consent, which means I need some kind of email. I'm telling you, I need some kind of documentation with the seller's permission to make that switch. If you don't know anything about them, you've never met them, no biggie. But if you do, once you make that switch, you upgraded the buyer. You gave the buyer a ticket from coach to first class. In a sense, you've downgraded the seller. Does that make sense? And that's what we need the seller's permission to do with full disclosure. And again, it's not recommended because the Real Estate Commission doesn't want us to get in the habit of us conducting our business this way. Questions on sub-agency. The buyer is your customer. So let's talk about what we're more likely to run into. And that's going to be to work as a buyer's agent. So when we're hired as a buyer's agent, the buyer's our client. This unique relationship, the Real Estate Commission allows us to work under an oral buyer agency agreement at first. We will talk about that more in just a second. Before I do anything as a buyer's agent, I have to have an express agreement. Let's talk about this word express. Express means that the terms have been clearly stated. Maybe it's oral, maybe it's in writing. It doesn't matter. It's express because the terms have been stated. It has been spelled out. So all the points of the agency agreement have been spelled out. All the points of our relationship, compensation, dual agency, everything has been spelled out. Compare express to implied. In an implied agreement, I just start acting like your agent without any kind of conversation, without any kind of description about what that means. So in order for us to proceed as a buyer's agent, we have to have an express agreement. Again, maybe it's in writing, maybe it's not. If you have a conversation with a buyer about a buyer's agency agreement, you have this express conversation and it happens to be oral. Maybe you're face-to-face in the conference room of your office. And you have this conversation about oral buyer agency and what it means for both of us. Do you think you're going to go home and follow up that conversation with an email? Absolutely. And that email is going to be like, per our discussion, a buyer's agent does this and this. A buyer's agent is owed this. You may find yourself in a dual agency situation. You need to document to protect yourself. But understand, we can form an oral relationship just on an express. Everybody good with that word? Do I have questions on that word? It's a pretty big word. And I think it's one that's often confused because, I mean, we all know if you got verbal, you got nothing, right? Oral will not stand up in court. It means absolutely nothing. With an express agreement, though, I'm not talking about oral and writing. What I'm saying is that the terms have been clearly stated. That's what makes it express. So you meet this buyer, they're good with oral buyer agency. Maybe they're not comfortable signing a buyer's agency agreement yet. That's okay. They allow us to work with a buyer under an oral agreement at first, because they understand buyers are a different kind of breed. They're like, I always think of buyers like they're these scared, timid little creatures. Like think of poor scared deer in the wood or something, that run away at the drop of a hat. It's kind of what I think of buyers. They're like these timid little hesitant creatures. And one thing we need to do really early is build their trust. And so while we're building their trust, and building that rapport, we're allowed to work with them under an oral buyer agency agreement at first. First off, I need you guys to understand, oral buyer agency is agency. It is an agency agreement, it's express. So even though it's oral, it's still a buyer agency agreement, which means I owe this buyer what? What do I owe my buyers? What duties do I owe them? See some mouths moving. I'm getting better at reading lips, but I'm missing this one. That doesn't help me, Michael.
Confidentiality, right?
Part of it. How about old car? Yeah, Fred was getting ready to say old car. Sorry about that. So under the, even though we're not in a written relationship or written agreement, it's still a buyer agency agreement. I still owe that buyer old car. Under an oral agreement, what does the buyer owe me?
Disclosure.
Maybe.
Your
That's
question
right.
was, what does the buyer need?
What does the buyer owe me?
Honesty,
Yeah, I guess if they want to.
loyalty.
Unfortunately, they owe me nothing. Because I don't have them in writing. I don't have their commitment. My duty to this buyer, this oral buyer, is because of license law and commission. I can't bind the buyer. I can't make the buyer commit to anything under an oral agreement, which means they don't even owe me compensation at this point. They don't owe me compensation until we get that thing in writing. Some agents, some firms choose not to work under an oral buyer agency agreement. Some have the policy that says, if you're not willing to sign, then I'm not going to work with you. Firms are willing to set up their own policy. Agents are welcome to do their own thing. Your test on Thursday is not going to ask you what you're going to do. Your test is going to ask you what you can do. Can you work with a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement at first?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes. Couple of things to know. First off, oral buyer agency is non-exclusive. Once we get them in that written agreement, now we have an exclusive commitment. We have an exclusive relationship. When we're talking about agency, that word exclusive means a whole lot. If you are dating somebody exclusively, how many people should you be dating? Should you be dating?
One.
Thank you. Funny that women tend to answer that one faster than the men. So thank you, Fred, for. If it's non-exclusive, how many firms can the buyer date? Non-exclusive. As many as they want, can't they? They're out there playing the field, aren't they? So to commit the buyer in an exclusive relationship, we need to put that in writing. Under an oral buyer agency agreement, there is no exclusivity. They don't owe you that loyalty. They may be working with other agents. I've heard cases of buyers calling 3 or 4 agents and saying, this is what I'm looking for. The first one to find it wins, go. And all 4, 3, whatever those agents are out running around trying to find that buyer. And the one that finds it is the one that gets to get in the agency agreement with the buyer. Oral buyer agency is non-exclusive. Also, an oral buyer agency, we cannot bind the buyer for a specific period of time. So if I find myself saying something like, how about you and I work together for 2 weeks and let's see what we can do in those 2 weeks. I can't do that under an oral agreement. If we want to work together, first off, if I want to demand exclusivity, or if I want to put a period of time on our relationship, I got to get it in writing. Commission rule says the latest possible time that we have to get this relationship in writing is when I'm ready to present an offer on the buyer's behalf. I cannot present an offer on a buyer's behalf without having our agency agreement in writing. It's suggested that we get it in writing before we write the offer to make sure they're willing to sign. But the commission rule says no later than the time of presenting an offer. By presenting the offer, I'm saying you've already filled in the blanks, purchase price, due diligence, earnest money, all that good stuff. You've had your buyer sign the offer, and now you are contacting the seller or the listing agent and saying, I'm bringing you an offer on behalf of my buyer. You've presented the offer once you've reached out to the other side. So it has to be reduced to writing no later than time. We'll talk about the what ifs in just a second. I see your little wheels turning. How we can terminate an oral buyer agency agreement. Of course, we formed it orally, so we can terminate it orally. However, it's suggested that we document, we follow it up with an email. Guys, always remember, any conversation of substance that you have with a consumer, client, or customer, you need to follow it up with an email or a text. Now, how's the weather? What did you have for lunch today? What did you think of this property? That really wouldn't be anything of substance, but when it comes down to talking about buyer's agency, contract terms, anything like that, get it in writing. So what if you write up the offer, you're ready to present it, and you send that buyer agency agreement to your buyer, and they say, no, I'm not going to sign it. I'm not going to sign this. If they refuse to sign the agency agreement prior to writing or submitting the offer, we got a couple options. It's not over yet. Probably the preferred method, where I would go first if I were you guys, is to do a written buyer agency agreement just for that one property. See if you can get them to commit in writing just for 123 Main Street, so you can present the offer on 123 Main Street. If it works out and they buy it, you get paid a commission, they have an agent. If it doesn't work out, you guys are back to an oral buyer agency agreement. So if they're reluctant to sign before you present the offer, then we might be able to get them to sign the buyer agency agreement just for that one property. Our second option might be to switch from a buyer's agent to a seller sub-agent. Again, proceed with caution and proceed with documentation. Let's talk about what's happening now. I'm bumping my buyer from first class to coach, aren't I? I'm telling my buyer, I used to owe you old car, but if you're going to make this switch, I now just owe you honesty, fairness, and disclosure material facts. Also, when I make this switch, I'm changing side from the buyer side to the seller side as a seller sub-agent. Where's my loyalty now? To the seller. Doesn't the buyer, if I know something about the buyer, don't they have the right to know? Remind them, I guess what I'm saying, remind them about what you know. Again, you guys, switching isn't the preferred method. Let's call this a last-ditch effort. Here's the deal. If they're not willing to sign a buyer's agency agreement, and they're not willing to make the switch to a customer, I'm out. I have no other legal alternative to work with this person. In order for us to proceed, you either need to be my client or my customer. We have no other type of relationship. So if they say, nope, I'm not signing it, and nope, I'm not going to make the switch, we're out. We have no other method. What do we think about that?
It's the way it goes.
It's the way it goes. That's a great way to think about it, Fred. Again, I think if we're forming that relationship, building that trust, by the time we get to this point of presenting an offer, they're probably going to sign. I've not had personal experience of them signing. I did have a buyer agency agreement once just for one address, but it was a buyer. One of my teammates was doing an open house, and the buyers walked in the open house and they said, we want to buy this house. And he knew his sellers wouldn't be comfortable working both sides. So he called me and said, hey, do you want buyers? They're ready to write an offer up this afternoon. In which case I said, yeah. And I said, well, I need to see the house before I write it up, because I like to put my eyes on things before I write it up. So I met the buyers at the house like that night for us to write it up. And because I just met them, I did it just for one address because I didn't want them to feel, committed or locked down. As it turned out, it worked out. It went to closing. Sometimes buyers and sellers do land in your lap, literally. I took my teammate out for lunch as a thank you. It was a nice day. It was a good day. Questions or comments so far about working with buyers? Okay. All right, let's take 10. Come back, we keep working with buyers.
I hope my little tidbit about Showtime was solid enough for everybody to understand it.
Absolutely. Like you said, you kind of had to dig a little. You had to dig into the app to find it. It's not like it was. So, it's about creating awareness and now the people know. So thank you for sharing.
I shared it with my team because it's predominantly females. I think there's 10 or 11 of us total, and 3 of which are guys. So I made sure all of them knew about it.
I think that's pretty indicative of the industry. I don't know why, but we tend to be a more female driven industry. But like you said, and I agree with you 100%, when it comes to safety, gentlemen are not immune,
Nope.
so even you guys need to make sure you're following your safety procedures as well, not letting your guard down. Keeping yourself
I mean, I'll never take it for granted. I'm 6'5", 270 pounds, and I carry a sidearm. I'll never take it for granted. When I'm out in the showing, I'm darn sure going to use that.
Yep,
Just because.
I agree. Bottom line, I want, when I used to do sales, I always used to think at the end of the day, at the end of every day,
Yeah.
I want to come home, I want to sit down, I want to have dinner with my husband.
Mhm.
And I'm going to do throughout the day whatever I need to do to achieve that. And to me, that's what safety was about.
Absolutely.
All right. Back or coming back. Any questions about switching, buyer's agent, switching? Again, not recommended, not the preferred method. We're just going to call this last ditch effort. And we're going to make sure we proceed with full disclosure. The buyer's got to understand they're getting the downgrade. So let's say we can get this agency agreement signed. Or we have a policy, or your firm has a policy that says we're not going to work with buyers unless they sign this buyer agency agreement. So we talked about the essential elements of a listing agreement. And the good news is the essential elements of a buyer's agency agreement are the same thing, because an agency agreement is an agency agreement. It doesn't matter if it's a listing agreement for the seller to hire the firm, if it's a buyer's agency agreement for the buyer to hire the firm, or if it's a property management agreement for the owner of an investment property to hire the firm. They're all agency agreements. So as a refresher, as a reminder, the musts for our written buyer agency agreement: we must have a definite expiration date, a definite end date. When they're over, they're over. Can we agree to extend it? Of course we can. Are we under any obligation to extend it? No. I have finished buyer's agency agreements before when I'm like, bye-bye, it's so long, good luck to you. We were done. Our agency agreements also have this anti-discrimination clause that we looked at that says us nor the firm will discriminate against the consumer's fresh corn against their protected classes. It needs to be signed by all parties, and understand the parties are the buyer, seller, in this case, the buyer, and the firm, but the real estate agent is allowed to sign on behalf of the firm, unless your firm has a policy telling you otherwise. So as an affiliated member of that firm, we can sign agency agreements on their behalf. And because we are the ones signing it, a must is to have our license number. Rule of thumb, you guys, when you sign it, you're going to need your license number. So if you don't have those numbers memorized, maybe this is one thing that post licensing helps with. You got to type that number in every time you log into class, and maybe that helps you. No, yours just goes in. Then put it on a flashcard so you can memorize that number.
I was on a Zoom earlier with somebody in Florida, excuse me, and it just came up as Michael Hudson, didn't have, my license number here. And that surprised me. I went and looked right away. It said my name, but didn't have my number on it. I said, well, that's pretty wild. So
Something in Zoom, I know.
It
something
doesn't
in
fall.
Zoom.
Maybe it's just a setting for this particular class. I mean, even when I
be.
was with, maybe when I was with Miss Nancy last week, I think too, it did carry over there. So it might be something with CSRE, you know, that this group of Zoom, it might be, okay, we're going to use this number here.
Right?
I don't know.
Could be. I don't know. Jane kind of handles our Zoom, which is just fine with me, by the way. So whatever Jane did when she set us up is what we do. But yeah, could have differences there. So again, the musts of an agency agreement, particularly buyer's agency agreement. And we have two different buyer agency agreement. We have an exclusive buyer agency agreement, which means the buyer's dating how many firms? Exclusive meaning just one. And let's all understand, you guys, exclusivity is a one-way street. The buyer can only date one firm. The firm can date as many buyers as they want to. Same thing with our listing agreement. The seller can only date one firm. The firm can date as many. Let's think about this. If we were a firm of 400 agents, or shoot, even my firm has like 22. We're going to have a really hard time making money if we can only have one listing and one buyer at a time, right? It's going to be hard for us to make some money. So this exclusive relationship, this exclusivity is a one-way street. We also have a non-exclusive buyer agency agreement. So we've gotten the buyer to commit in a buyer's agency agreement. They've signed it. They've promised us compensation, but they're free to date other firms. It's non-exclusive. Your firm may or may not have a policy about whether or not you can use the non-exclusive buyer agency agreement. That's kind of up to your firm. So check with them first. But understand, if you're using that non-exclusive, then there is no exclusivity. And generally speaking, with those, the firm that's going to get paid is the one that finds the buyer of the property, the one that contracts and gets the buyer to closing. So what we're going to do now is get out of this for just a second. And we're going to go look at our exclusive buyer agency agreement. We're not going to look at the non-exclusive. We know it's out there. I think this is one that we see more often. Whoa. Can you guys see that okay? You can see it okay? So our exclusive buyer agency agreement, again, similar to our listing agreement, comes with guidelines to complete. So if you're completing this form and you don't know what it goes in a blank, or you need some help, you can refer to these guidelines. If you're affiliated with a firm, it's part of your forms. You have access to it. If you're not, I think the guidelines are in the folder. You can download those before we go. So if you want to review them. Exclusive buyer agency agreement is between the buyer and the firm. Spells it out for us right there. Similar to the listing agreement, this goes on to say that as exclusive right to assist the buyer in exchange and terms, conditions acceptable to the buyer. The individual agent who signs this is acting on behalf of the firm. Understand the firm has the right to reassign it to another agent if they wish, for whatever reason. Some verbiage here about if the buyer is a corporation, LLC, in other words, if they're not a person, an individual person, then we have one legal representative of the firm that's allowed to sign this agreement on their behalf. Buyer represents that at the commencement of this date, the buyer is not party to another buyer agency agreement. Buyer represents that they've received the working with real estate agent disclosure. Buyer also represents that they have discussed with the firm, they disclosed to the firm the different types of properties that they're interested in and what they're thinking about purchasing. So in our buyer's agency agreement, first off, we have the type of property. We did not see this in the listing agreement. So the type of property, is this a residential property? Is this a commercial property that the buyer's looking to buy? Or is this other? Maybe it's industrial or agricultural, for example. And then we need some kind of general location. And when that says general, we mean just that. We're not committing the buyer to an area. Instead, what we're basically saying is, this is where I'm willing to go. This is where I'm willing to show you property. So for my triad people, if you don't want to leave the triad, then your general location may be the triad. If you don't want to go to Raleigh, don't list Raleigh, because as soon as they say, I want to see something in Raleigh, and you say, well, I'm not driving to Raleigh, can't they easily whip this thing out and say, well, you told me you show me any home in the state of North Carolina. So just, if you're going to Raleigh, Michael's saying, send him a referral. So you can send him down, he'll hook you up with referral fee. Charlotte, we can go to Fred, right? Don't tell me, Concord. Is that right? Yep, Concord, we can go to Teresa, and then down east, I know we got Andrew. So this is the good thing about taking classes, is you meet people across the state. So if you need to send a referral, but anyway, make sure that general location is the area that you're willing to work. Does that make sense? If you don't want to drive to Charlotte, if you don't want to drive to Winston, then don't put it in there. Also, this scenario where we get the buyer to enter into a buyer agency agreement just for one address, this could be where that one address goes. So if we're creating buyer agency just for 123 Main Street, then we would put that in as our general location. So that last, or that attempt to get them to sign, we can just put it in for that address that we're going to present that offer. We have the term of the agreement. Fairly new addition to our buyer's agency agreement last year or the year before, fairly new. We got a couple options here. So option number one is for the buyer who intends to purchase a single property. This agreement shall terminate at 11:59 p.m. on this date. The second option would be for buyers who may purchase more than one property. So what that brand new investor calls you and says, I've come into a sum of money and I plan to buy 10 houses this year. Can you help me out? And of course you say, yeah, do your little dance of silent, right? So they don't hear you. But of course you say, absolutely, sir, I'd be happy to help you out, right? Now we can do a buyer's agency agreement for more than one property. Again, terminating at 11:59 p.m. on whatever date we put in there. Then we just jump right into our compensation, just jumping right in. So firm acknowledges receipt. If your firm allows you to, you may be able to collect a retainer fee. First off, you can't collect a retainer fee on an oral buyer agency agreement. So if you're going to collect a retainer fee, we got to get this thing in writing. And some agents have a policy where they're going to have the buyer pay them X amount up front as a retainer fee. If we make it to closing, then I'll deduct that from your commission. You're not going to have to pay, or your closing expenses. You won't have to pay that money again. If we don't make it to closing, then the agent has made a little something for their time, their gas mileage, wear and tear on their tires, the time you spend scoring through MLS, looking for properties to show them. So again, up to your policy, firm's policy, whether or not you can or cannot collect a retainer fee. Buyer agrees that the firm's fee for the services shall be in the amount of. So what does your firm's policy say that they expect to collect when the buyer buys this house? This is not going to be the full commission that the seller pays the listing firm. This is what your firm expects to collect as a buyer's agent. Remember that listing last week where they offered me 0.5%? Yeah, that's not what my buyer's agency agreement said that I expect to collect when I help the buyer buy. This is important, and I think this is one of the more confusing things about or misunderstood things about the buyer's agency agreement. So let's make sure we're all good on this. Firm, it's this one right here. shall seek the fee from the cooperating listing firm through cooperation and MLS, or from the seller if there is no listing firm, and buyer agrees that firm shall be entitled to receive the same for consideration for the services hereunder. If the buyer purchases property where compensation offered by the listing firm is less than the fee, or where no compensation is offered, buyer and firm agree that who will pay the commission? Buyer. Everybody see that? Let me look at my highlights again. Who will pay the commission? Buyer will pay the difference between the fee. Our buyer's agency agreement says, I will always ask the seller to pay me first. But if they can't or won't, you're up, Mr. Buyer, Mrs. Buyer. So if it's advertised in MLS, if it's what your firm expects to collect, then we'll let the seller pay it. If it's a for sale by owner and they agree to pay your commission, we'll let the seller pay it. But if MLS is offering you 0.5%, or the for sale by owner says, no, I'm not going to pay a commission, the buyer's up. And our agency agreement, in my opinion, does a good job of explaining that. Again, familiar with the forms so we can put words in our mouths. Questions on that? Additional compensations or rebates, bonuses, that kind of thing we need to disclose. Same thing as we talked about in our listing agreement. If we stand to make more than the stated commission being what's in our agency agreements. If we're going to make more because of maybe, for example, a builder's bonus, then we've got to disclose that to our clients. And we need to disclose that in a full and timely manner. A timely manner is not sitting at the settlement table going, by the by, as soon as you sign, I'm going to get an agent bonus. Full and timely disclosure is, this builder's offered me $5,000 and we're having this conversation before we write the offer sheet, before we list the property. We're going to have, or show the property. We're going to have the buyer have all this information when they're ready to make that offer so they can take everything into consideration. The agency agreement refers us to the form, NCAR form number 770. If we are going to make more money, we can use this form to disclose that. Talks about when commission will be earned. Once the buyer directly or indirectly enters into an agreement to purchase, we've earned our commission. As with our listing agreement, we also have this protection period. So if the buyer enters into a contract after our agency agreement expires, we may still be entitled to a commission. You show them a house today, your agency agreement expires at 11:59 p.m. and they make an offer tomorrow, I think you deserve that commission, even though your agency agreement expired today. That's what that protection period is about. Other potential buyers, buyer understands. Other prospective buyers may be represented by the same firm. Remember, the firm, non-exclusive, they can date as many people as they want to, as many buyers as they want to. You may even have prospective purchasers represented by the firm seeking the same property. We may be put in that situation. You may be the individual agent with two different buyers that are interested in the same property. So make sure you're proceeding with both of your buyers' best interests. I would show them the same information. I would run the same comps. I wouldn't favor one buyer over the other. I think one thing I learned very early in my sales career is when working with buyers, we need to determine their risk up front. And especially in this market, some buyers are putting down Guys, I've heard of like 6-digit due diligence or earnest money deposit, 6-digit. That buyer needs to understand their risk before they put that down. They need to understand what that risk is. Some will do it, some won't, but that's part of what we can do is kind of coach them through that. And again, making sure that they understand what they can lose. From our end, if you have multiple buyers interested in the same property, treat them the same, treat them fairly. This is a bilateral contract, which means the firm has duties to the buyer has duties to the firm. So the firm's duties, we're gonna promote the interest of the buyer by obviously doing what we said, performing the terms of this agreement, seeking the property at a price and terms acceptable to the buyer, presenting in a timely manner all offers and counteroffers, disclosing to the buyer all material facts related to the property, accounting in a timely manner for all money and property received in which the buyer may have an issue. The firm has a duty to provide the buyer with confidentiality, standard of care. There's our reasonable skill, care, and diligence again. Representation of others, again, reminding the buyer that we may represent other buyers. We may represent the seller in this transaction. And then submission of information to a listing service. So why is this in a buyer's agency agreement? Well, what if the buyer's going after for sale by owner? That listing is in an MLS. However, after closing, your firm may choose to put it in for comp purposes only. Have you guys seen one of these in MLS yet? It's the bare minimum, a couple pictures, and the remarks usually say for comp purposes only. That's just to kind of report the sale. So we have that information when we're doing our CMA. So the appraiser has it when they're trying to do their thing. So we may put the property in MLS. Disclosure, the buyer's name, email address. We try to keep that confidential, of course, but there may be cases where we have to disclose that. Here's our non-discrimination clause. We're going to conduct all brokerage activities in regard to this agreement without respect to the protected classes. Further, we have an ethical duty to conduct such activities without respect to sexual orientation or gender identity. Here's the same warning we saw in our listing agreement addressing buyers' love letters. Sometimes buyers like to write letters to tell the seller why they should pick them. I don't know. Most of my sellers don't care about who you are. My sellers care about what? Show me that money. I don't know anything that speaks louder in an offer than money. You better be a good writer. If you are going to do the love letters, again, you guys, just be careful of the possible fair housing violations. These aren't not allowed yet, but they are highly discouraged because all it takes is one sentence. You have a buyer telling a seller, I can picture my family spending our time around the Christmas tree. In one sentence, you gave away 2 of the protected classes, didn't you? Familial status and religion. So watch those love letters, coach your buyers on if they have to write one. And the reason they have to write one is because their aunt's friend bought a house 5 years ago, and that's how her offer got accepted. So they know if they can write a letter that their offer will get accepted too. So if they insist on writing one, just make sure you coach them on the potential violations of fair housing. Everybody's got a story, don't they? Then we spell out the buyer's duties to the firm. So the buyer agrees to cooperate with the firm in finding the property that we described. The buyer has to work exclusively with the firm. Remember, once they sign this agreement, the buyer can only date one firm. They need to refer to the firm information about properties that they may be interested in. So when they find something on Zillow they're interested in, they need to call you. When they find a for sale by owner they're interested in, they need to call you. Their first step in anything is to call you. because you're going to act as the mediator in between them and the seller or the listing agent. Complying with reasonable requests to supply information about financial or personal data. Being available for reasonable periods of time to examine properties. Again, if you have a buyer enter into an agency agreement with you, but they're never, ever, ever available to see a home, how can you do your job? How can you sell your home, sell or help them buy a home? I've worked with 2 buyers now in my career that work 3rd shift. So we were either seeing properties so early, like 8 o'clock in the morning when they got off work, or we were there at 6:30 at night on their way to work. That was their reasonable time. Did my schedule need to be able to accommodate them? Of course. And if I wasn't willing to be at a home in Winston-Salem, I live in Archdale, by the way, if I wasn't willing to leave my house at 7:15 in the morning to get to Winston to show them a property at 8, maybe I don't need to take that buyer. If I didn't want to work evenings when they got off working 3rd shift, maybe I shouldn't have taken that buyer. So before you work with buyers, you need to make sure that your schedule is accommodating to theirs. Examining properties only by appointments. Make sure that your buyers understand that they can't go without you. They need you, even after we're under contract. Buyers need to understand that it's not their home yet. There have been cases after we're under contract, buyers showing up at the property, sellers are sitting in the living room watching TV, and here comes the buyer, peering through the windows. I would call that trespassing. And I think if you did that to the right home, you better run, and you better run in a zigzag so you don't get hit. Don't let your buyers go to the property without you, even when we're under contract. Make them understand that it's not theirs yet. Buyer's duty to conduct all negotiations and communications through the firm. Conducting all due diligence on the property in consultation with the firm. And the buyer has a duty to pay for everything involved in their due diligence. So their appraisals, their inspections, all that good stuff. Other professional advice, we saw this in the listing agreement because we kind of glossed over it in the listing agreement because it's definitely more important, needs to be discussed with the buyers. More buyers than sellers are going to ask us for recommendations of vendors. Who should I use for a lender? Who should I use for a home inspector, pest inspector, surveyor, radon guy? What else you got? Surveyor, right? Anything that the buyer could consider doing during their due diligence. They're probably looking at you, towards you. That's why they hired us. That's what we want them to do, right? Please don't send your buyer to Google to find a home inspector. Make sure you're recommending people that either you know and you've had a good experience with. I know you guys are new and you may not have formed relationships with home inspectors, for example, yet. Maybe your firm has a preferred vendor list. So you can start with what other agents in your firm have had good experience with. It's also recommended, it's recommended that when we're making recommendations, never look at the buyer and say, this is the attorney you're going to use. Give them choices, give them options. If you start dictating, we're using this attorney, this home inspector, who's driving this show? You are. Guys, they're the ones buying this house. Don't they get to make these decisions? If they want to research the names you recommended, absolutely. If I recommend 3 home inspectors, does my buyer have to use any of those 3 home inspectors? No, they're free to use whoever they want to. It's their home inspector. Give them options, give them choices. Whether or not there's going to be a home warranty on the property, confidentiality of offers. This is reminding us that we cannot disclose the terms of an offer without the offeror's permission. So as a buyer's agent, what about that scenario where you're one agent helping 2 buyers with the same property? Can I pit my buyers against each other? Can I say buyer A, I know what buyer B is offering. Buyer B, I know what buyer A is offering. Can I disclose those terms? No. Not without the permission of the offeror. Do you think any offeror in their right mind is going to give you permission to disclose the terms of their offer? All you're doing is giving the other party fuel, right? You're giving them the number to beat. So we're going to keep their offers confidential. Here's dual agency as it's explained to the buyer. Again, I think this is great. I think you guys should be familiar with this. I think this takes a lot of the guesswork out about how you guys explain dual agency. Please let the forms help you put words in your mouth. Be familiar with these forms, what dual agency looks like to the buyer, how we disclose information, what's our role as a dual agent, what's the buyer's role of a dual agent, what designated dual agency looks like. And then similar to our listing agreement, or exactly like it, to start with, we got two choices. Either the buyer authorizes the firm to act as a dual agent, or the buyer wants exclusive representation and does not authorize the firm to work as a dual agent. So first we need to get them agreed to do or not to do dual agency. If they say yes to dual, then we can ask, they do or do not authorize the same agent to represent both parties in the transaction. And if they say yes to dual and your firm allows it, can we get them to agree to designate a dual agency? I think this is laid out nice. This was a big change last year, and I think they made this a lot easier to read. You can't have designated if you first don't have a yes to dual. Everybody good with that? If they say no to dual, what they're saying is that they want exclusive representation. Questions on that? Again, we got a little section on dual and designated agency. Also under dual agency with the buyer, again, we didn't see this in the listing agreement, but just covering that compensation. Some firms have a different commission plan, a different commission structure if it's an in-house transaction. So if your firm has a different policy on in-house transactions, now we're saying with the firm acting as a dual agency, the total fee the firm expects to collect when representing the buyer and the seller shall be. So we have to spell that out, disclose our commission always. Any good contract has remedies for breach. What happens if we breach? What happens if we have to terminate? This is pretty boilerplate. So you have that information here. Hopefully, ideally, we can get everybody to mediation instead of a court hearing. Surveillance. We saw this in the listing agreement. The listing agreement says that sellers can have video. They should not have audio. However, we still need to have this conversation with our buyers. Just because the seller should not, can we always trust that they don't? And unfortunately, no, we can't. Remember what we just said, buyers are liars and sellers are too. So to protect your buyer, make sure they understand while they shouldn't have audio, let's be careful what we say in the house. Let's be careful what we say on the front porch. Again, I do not care about the buyer walking in the front door and going, oh my God, this is the tackiest kitchen I've ever seen in my entire life. Whatever, that's their opinion and they're entitled to that. What I don't want is my buyer walking in the front door and going, oh, I love it. I will do anything for it, because the seller sitting in their car half a mile away, half a block away, listening to this. And what did they just hear? Money, 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 money. So make sure, again, just because they shouldn't, guys, seriously, it's 2023. Let's always conduct our lives as if we're on camera, because you know what? Once you walk outside your front door there's a really good chance that you are. And for showings, I know a lot of sellers are putting cameras up inside the home. You want a bunch of strangers coming through your home with you not having any knowledge about what's going on. So again, just prepare your buyers for that. The other thing addressed in the buyer's agency agreement is videos, photographs and videos. What this says, the buyer's allowed to take pictures while they're there for the showing, while they're there for the open house. The buyer's allowed to take pictures and videos unless they're told otherwise. So if the seller doesn't want them in there taking pictures, and you and I need to make sure that if the buyer is taking pictures and videos, that they're taking pictures of the space, not the stuff. They're not there to scope the place out. I've had several occasions where I was supposed to show a home to Mr. and Mrs. after work, and Mr. had to work late and couldn't get out. So Mrs. met me for the showing, and she said, can I take some pictures to show him when we get home? Of course you can. Of course you can, as long as you're just taking it of the space, not the stuff. I've encouraged my buyers to take pictures. Definitely a different market. We're not doing this much anymore. But prior to this crazy seller's market we've been in, I mean, I remember spending Saturdays where we're out looking at 10, 13 properties in a day. That's a lot. And I'm telling you, if you're looking at 10 different properties in a day, they all start to run together after a while. And that buyer's getting home and they want to piecemeal it. Well, I want this kitchen with that bedroom and this living room. And so to help them keep it separated, I've encouraged them to take notes. I've encouraged them to take pictures so they can keep those things separate. Wire fraud, again, really big in real estate, really fast. I think, I'm not saying the sellers aren't susceptible, because sometimes their proceeds are fraudulently taken through the wire transfer, but buyers almost always have to bring money to closing. Attorneys will not let a buyer bring a personal check. Attorneys require readily available funds. So we're looking at either a cashier's check, money order, wire transfer, something like that. And if we're going to do a wire transfer, some attorneys have preferences. Some attorneys say cashier's check, some say wire transfer, some say, I don't care, just get me the money here. If you've never worked with this attorney before, have a conversation with them, ask them what they prefer. If wire transfer is what they want, again, we need to look our buyers in the eyeball and say, I will never email you wire transfer instructions. Because they need to know if they get an email from you, it's not from you. So when they're getting these instructions, they need to go old school, pick up the phone and call the closing attorney to get those wire transfer instructions. And the number they're calling is not a number from the email, because that's the hacker's email. The hackers are calling, having them call them to get, does that make sense? So make sure either you're providing the phone number to the attorney or they're looking it up on their own. Wire fraud's huge, you guys. Please be aware of that. Also with buyers, we looked at some of these Q&A brochures last week, publications. When you're at ncrec.gov, click the publications tab and then publications. And I think this is good, just helping us to remember. There's a Q&A brochure on offer and acceptance. There's one on earnest money deposits, home inspections, real estate closings. There's some good stuff to help educate the buyers through the process. In other words, y'all stop trying to recreate the wheel. The wheel has already been created. Use the resources, use the tools that you have available. Makes your life a little easier. Isn't that nice? Thank you, Real Estate Commission.
Thank you, Real Estate Commission. Beautiful smile.
Buyer signs, print name, buyer signs, Contact information, print their name, homework, cell and email, mailing address. You can see I got a place here for 2 different buyers. If you have more than 2 buyers, that means you have more than 2 people that are signing this deed. So if you have more than 2 buyers, we need to do an additional signatures addendum. That additional signatures addendum allows us to have 8 more signatures plus these 2. So now I have 10 buyers signing. If you have more than 10 buyers signing, you need to do another additional signatures addendum. Basically, all these buyers that are going to be on this deed when you purchase has got to sign this buyer agency agreement. We need to make sure that everybody's on board day 1. If your buyer's an entity, we have that information here. Again, that contact, who can sign it and their contact information. And then the bottom of this is the firm, print the real estate firm name and license number, the office address, and it's going to be signed by us, and it will include our individual license number, the date, and your contact information. What do we say our listing agreement was, like 13 pages? This one's only 7, so we don't have as much to say to buyers as we do to sellers, apparently. Have you guys looked at this one yet? Have you looked through this yet? Few of you? Before you start working with buyers, are you going to look at it? Yes, good. Good, good, good. Remember, you guys all promised me you were never going to ask anybody to sign anything without you looking at it first. If I have time, I'll share a horror story with you guys about why I learned that lesson, not on my end, the other agent. Oh, what the heck. Let's lead into this with break. So we used to have a contingent sale addendum form. That form's been retired. It no longer exists. But back in the day when we had that form, we could create a contingency by using a pre-printed form. That particular contingency said, I can't buy your house if I don't first sell mine. So the parties agreed to that. The buyer wasn't on the hook if they didn't sell their home. So I got the call for the listing, sitting there at the listing appointment. And they said, we want to buy a house. Can you help us with that too? Yeah, sure I can. So we got the thing listed, got it under contract. And then my buyers went out and started looking. My people went out and started looking. They found one that they liked and they went under contract as buyers. So now I have one buyer, one seller, same people. You guys with me? I got the same couple selling a home. I have the same couple buying a home. The contingent sale addendum said, if the buyer terminates because the buyer of their home terminates, they will get their due diligence back. This form protected their due diligence. Well, guess what? The listing agent didn't read that. And I got to tell you guys, when I saw who the listing agent was, it was a well-known name in this area. And it was a name that I was like, oh, I was new in sales. And I was like, oh, wow, this is going to be great. I'm going to work with a seasoned agent, somebody that has experience. My buyer's buyer, my guys' buyer had to terminate. I called the listing agent to terminate. And she said something about her seller getting the due diligence and the earnest money. And I said, no, the contingent sale addendum says my guys get it back. Y'all want to know what she said to me? She said, but Julie, I already told my seller she would get the earnest money. I'm very, very sorry. Had she had read that form, she would know. What happened to that? I have no idea. I never had a communication with that agent too, but could her seller have a case to go after her for the earnest money? Sure. She told her she was going to get it. Read the forms, you guys. Everybody good with that? Okay. What comments do we have? Questions? Concerns? Deep thoughts on life?
I will say
All
this,
right.
Julie, I thought it was
Yeah.
pretty funny that you mentioned the high due diligence that we're seeing these days. That was a question that just come up in a meeting the other day where somebody wanted to put down like 60,000 in due diligence. And we're like, why? I mean, it was for a house that had been on the market for 110 days. Who are you competing with?
So, but did they put that down because they knew somebody that had wanted to do that? I mean, is that what they heard, what was going on?
Yeah, I have no idea why they want to do such a high due diligence. It was just one of the agents in the office here was just mentioning it and wanting to know how to go about it because she didn't feel comfortable with him putting that kind of money down, especially on a house that had been sitting so long.
Right. And again, that's where they that's where it's good that they have us, Ryan, so we can explain, maybe last year I would have been encouraging them to put that high amount down so they can beat, but like you said, we're still in a seller's market, but I'd call it more of a normal seller's market than this crazy mess we were in, a couple years ago. So definitely a sign of the times, a change of the times. So, all right, let's take our last break. Take 10, we come back, we're going to wrap up working with buyers. Not much more to say about them. So let's take 10. All right. Welcome back. You guys good for the last hour? How are we doing going until 9:30? Is this like you night owls? Is this getting close to your bedtime? Where are we? Is this well, Teresa's still over. I see her with her cremate drinking her coffee because she's in a different time zone than us.
I go home, shower, eat, bed.
That's it, huh? I guess, I mean, 9:30 is kind of pushing it for me. It's not bedtime, but it's like R&R time, you know? So yeah, again, you guys remember with this night class, I get it, especially this last hour. I get it. If you feel yourself getting sleepy or heavy eyed, please feel free to, you know, get up, stretch, do whatever you need to do, jumping jacks off camera, you know, whatever, just to help keep yourself awake for this last hour. Just don't leave the room. Still somehow listen to me while you're stretching or whatever. Is that good? All right. What questions do we have on our list, our buyer agency agreement? Or exclusive, non-exclusive buyer agency agreement? Again, working with buyers is just a little bit different. Uh-oh, you guys there? You here? Okay. Am I good on your end? Okay, all right. Guess I had a pause.
You can hear you.
Good, thank you. So buyers are just a little bit more timid. We may need a little bit more time to build that relationship. So if and when you come across a hesitant buyer, know that we have some options. We can limit the duration of the agreement. So if you have a hesitant buyer, maybe we say something like, let's sign an agency agreement for 2 weeks. And if at the end of 2 weeks, you think that we can work well together, then we can extend that agreement. That way we're not committing them for a long period of time. Other option with hesitant buyers could be to limit them to specific property. So if they don't want to commit to you for the triad, we could ask them to commit for 123 Main Street so I can submit an offer on their behalf. So we have some ways to help ease buyers into it, help them make them feel a little bit more comfortable. With duties to the buyer, Real Estate Commission says a buyer's agent will be held to a higher standard with regard to protecting and servicing the buyer's interest than will a seller's agent dealing with a buyer as a third party. Remember, as the buyer's agent, our responsibility is the buyer. Remember caveat emptor, and caveat emptor says buyer beware, right? And that means the onus to learn about the property is on the buyer. And when the buyer hires us, we take on that responsibility with them. So while we all have a duty to disclose material facts, particularly what this is saying is that the buyer's agent is going to be held to a higher standard than the listing agent. In this scenario, the seller's agent, when we're dealing with the buyer as a customer. So working with buyers. Big part of what we're doing, a big part of our job is helping to educate the buyer about the process, what to expect, like Ryan just said, helping to educate the buyer about what typical due diligence looks like in this market. I mean, could they throw down $60,000? Sure, but is it necessarily worth it? Maybe not, you know, so maybe we can help educate the buyer, help them think about their options. If they want to put down a large amount of money, maybe we start talking earnest money, right? Show the buyer, the seller, the buyer's good faith, but we're not allowing the buyer to risk that large due diligence. So different markets bring different types of offers, if you will. So helping to educate the buyer about the process. I do think that we should go over the sample and provide our buyers with a sample offer to purchase and contract. Let them know when you are ready to make an offer, this is what the offer is going to look at, and these are the terms that we need to discuss. Remember, you're filling in the blanks on their behalf. So they need to understand those blanks that you're filling in for them. Then we're also going to help the buyers determine their specific housing needs and desires. When I used to work with buyers, I always encouraged them very early in our relationship. Take a piece of paper and draw a line down the middle of it. And one side we're going to call wants. The other side we're going to call needs. What are some things you really, really want? What are some things you can't live without? That can help the buyer identify their needs. That can also help you identify appropriate properties. I would be prepared for that wants and needs list to change. As buyers get out and start looking at properties, they may see things they didn't think they wanted, or maybe they saw things that now they don't want. So be prepared for their list to change. The other thing that always blows my mind is when you're working with a couple and they start talking about the home they want. I swear sometimes that couple is talking about two different houses. So now it comes up to us to get the two of them under one roof, right? To get them to find the one that's going to work for both of their needs. We may also have to help qualify the buyer. Now, the preferred method, the go-to, is going to be to recommend them to a loan officer. However, we need a basic understanding of qualifying a buyer. What if your loan officer isn't available? What if it's like that market it was in a couple weeks ago, when homes in some cases weren't on the market for hours? They were going under contract in hours. Did you guys see this? I mean, it was amazing. Buyers were literally sitting there hitting refresh, waiting on a property to come available so they could go see it. So in that case, we may not have time to call a loan officer. We may need to present the offer right away. Again, well, show the property. We're not going to present without the letter, but show the property, make sure they can afford it. So we just need a basic understanding of qualifying buyers. First off, let's talk about the difference in a pre-qualification versus a pre-approval. When we're dealing with the loan officer, the pre-qualification is the first step. And what the pre-qualification does, the buyer submits their numbers to the loan officer. They tell the loan officer or us, this is how much income I earn, and this is how much debt I have. And based on that information alone, the lender will issue a pre-qualification lender. The lender's not verifying those numbers. They're just relying on what's being reported to them. You take that pre-qualification a step further to a pre-approval. Now the lender's verifying the numbers. Now they're taking the time to make sure that they are legit. Obviously, a pre-approval is a lot stronger than a pre-qualification. Some lenders will offer to do a pre-approval. Some will only do a pre-qualification. They're all a little bit different. They work just a little bit differently. So again, this basic understanding, qualifying a buyer. One thing the lender cares about is the loan to value ratio. And the loan to value ratio tells the lender the percentage of the loan of the purchase price or the appraised value. It tells the lender what they're asking for, what percentage they're asking for. So let's say, for example, you're buying a house, or your buyer's buying a house that's $100,000. You'll be able to see this in just a second. So they're buying a house, purchase price is $100,000. And your buyer is putting down 10% or $10,000, so 10%. Your buyer is putting down 10%. That means the lender's loan to value ratio is 90%. Yes? If the buyer's down payment is 10, we're asking the lender for the difference. We're asking the lender for what's less. So if your buyer's putting down 10%, $100,000 purchase price, that means your buyer's putting down their down payment is $10,000, which means the lender's putting down 90. Quick, simple math. Who has the biggest interest in this property? Who has the biggest interest?
The lender.
Lender. I mean, your $10,000 is cute and all, but who's the one bringing the money to make this transaction happen? It's the lender. So they definitely have an interest in this property. The lender requires the appraisal. That's part of their process. They're going to require it. Now they're going to let the buyer pay for it, but the lender requires the appraisal. And based on the appraised value or the purchase price, whichever is less, is what the lender is going to originate the loan on. So let's talk about what's been happening in this crazy market. Let's say, let's get a little bit more realistic numbers here. Let's say the purchase price, or purchase price is, let's say $250,000. And it appraises for, I don't know, 220. Purchase price is 250, it appraises for 220. Which one's the lender going to originate the loan on? Do you think it's the purchase price? Shake your head, yes.
No.
You think it's the appraisal? Shake your head, yes. It's going to be the appraisal because it's the lesser of the two. So don't we have a deficiency of $30,000? Aren't we in a gap here in $30,000? And the last couple years, somehow buyers have been coming up with the difference because loans have always been originated on the appraised value or the purchase price, whichever's less. And the last few years, buyers are offering well over asking price, knowing it's not going to appraise, knowing that it's not going to appraise for the amount that they're purchasing it for. So I think we mentioned last week, did we talk about those appraisal addendums? Those appraisal gaps? I think so. And basically what that's saying is the buyer's acknowledging to the seller, I know this home isn't going to appraise for the purchase price, but I will make up the difference in cash. So that way the seller didn't have to worry about the buyer walking away when they were offering more than what the comps were showing. Again, you guys, buyers have driven this market the last couple of years. They've been the ones, I hate to say overpaying, but let's call it like it is. They've been the one asking $30,000, $40,000, $60,000, $80,000 more than asking price. So for the lender, the loan to value ratio is just the difference in taking the loan amount and dividing it by the value. Again, value being defined as the purchase price or the appraised amount, whichever is less. So again, I have a loan amount of $90,000. We have a value of $100,000. If I were to divide that, right? Yeah. So that gives me, or actually that gives the lender the loan to value ratio of 90%. Loan to value ratio is through the eyes of the lender. It's what the lender cares about. And what does the lender care about? Their money and how much of their money you want to borrow. Lenders get a bad rap, and I really don't understand why. We go marching down to the bank and we say, give me money to buy a house. And the lender says, well, I'll give you money, but are you going to pay money to get money? Yeah. If you tell me to lend you money, I'm going to charge you interest. Why wouldn't the lender do it as well? So that, considering how much they're bringing, the 90% of the purchase price, they have a higher risk. And lenders are investors. An investor's job is to make money. They're just making money on money. So the loan to value ratio, with the loan to value ratio, the higher the ratio, the lower the borrower's down payment. So the riskier they are to the lender. Again, we looked at a 90% loan to value ratio. Compare that to, I don't know, let's say a 50% loan to value ratio. Now the borrower is only asking the lender to bring half of the purchase price or half of the value, not 90% of it. So the lower the ratio, or the higher the ratio, the more risk the borrower is to the lender. I think sometimes when we think of borrowers defaulting on their properties, we tend to think of them being in home ownership for years and years and years. I've heard 2 cases in my career from 2 different lenders where the borrower never made their first mortgage payment. The lender needs to take that into consideration, don't they? When they're giving you $220,000, they got to stop and ask themselves, what if these people never make their first payment? And the lender wants to know, can we sell this house and get our money back? Obviously, the longer you own the property, the less risky you become to the lender. But they got to ask themselves these questions. Are they ever going to make the first payment? So we're looking at a couple ratios. We do have another math problem that we need to look at that you're going to see on Thursday. So let me ask you guys this. I'm going to give you some choices. Please answer me in chat. We're going to take a vote. Do you want to do qualifying a buyer math tonight at 9 o'clock at night? Or do you want to wait and do it at 4:30 tomorrow when we're a little bit fresh when we log on? Tell me in a chat, majority rule. Yeah, we have to do it. Well, we don't have to, but you're going to be tested on it on Thursday. Ryan, I kind of need you as a tiebreaker. No, I just got it. Okay, I just got it in, so we're good. All right. Sorry about that. So we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, we're good. So majority rules, we're gonna do qualifying a buyer math tomorrow. So we're gonna start with this. Everybody good with that? I just know it's 9 o'clock at night. We just talked about how mushy our brains were. So if I start launching into math, especially math that you can be tested on Thursday, I think we need to be fresh. So there, that's how we, so we're going to skip this for now. So let me get to where we're going to go next. Now I can't do that to the whole class, by the way, for everything we have left to cover. But this does gives us the opportunity to see this with fresh eyes. So let me come back and get you guys. Still working with buyers, still talking about the loan. Couple of different loan products. Again, we need to be familiar with, always understand all lenders are different. They all offer different terms, different financing options, different products. Again, another great reason to encourage your buyer to shop around. Always encourage your buyer to shop around for a lender. Don't look at your buyer and say, this is the lender we're going to use and you're going to like it. You may come across some new construction properties, for example, that may offer buyer incentives if you use their preferred lender and their preferred attorney. That's a conversation to have with the buyer. Let's think about this. If the buyer's using the seller's attorney, preferred attorney, whose interest does that attorney have? It's the sellers. So those incentives may come with strings attached, you guys. So while $4,000 closing costs, for example, may look good, make sure they understand that they, first off, they don't have to use that lender or that attorney. And there's a reason why they're preferred lenders and preferred attorneys. So having a basic understanding of these different loan types, the conventional loan is not backed by government. There's no security. Because there's no government backing with conventional loans, it's not uncommon for conventional loans with a loan to value ratio of 80% or more to have private mortgage insurance or PMI. Because these lenders with conventional loans don't have the safety net that the government offers. So they need to create their own. And how they can create their own is that private mortgage insurance. Conventional loans can be conforming loans or non-conforming loans. Conforming loans are made to the underwriter's guidelines. They conform to the guidelines. Non-conforming loans then don't meet the underwriting guidelines. Conforming loans are sellable on the secondary market. So some lenders keep their loans in-house, some service their own loans, some sell those loans before the buyer gets the keys. So for those that sell, they need to be conforming loans. Our government loans, meaning that they back the lender. FHA insured loans, VA guaranteed loans, and USDA loans. The government's offering the lender a safety net. They're offering them security in the event of the borrower's default. And if the borrower defaults and the lender doesn't get all the money they're supposed to, the government will help them out. The government will protect them. I think it's fair to say that government loans, there's usually a few more hoops to jump through. The people, it's a different qualification. Not all properties are going to get approval for FHA or VA. The properties have a different qualification as well. When you start working with an FHA or a VA or a USDA buyer, I encourage you guys to go to these websites and learn more about each loan product that you're working with, and especially paying attention to the things of the property that they won't approve the home for, the loan for. So if you're with a buyer, for example, in an FHA, trying to get an FHA, the home was built prior to 1978, and you guys are standing in the home looking at a whole bunch of chipped paint, there's a really good chance that FHA won't approve that because of the dangers of lead. Does this make sense? If the roof is 45 years old, the lender or the FHA may not approve that because you're going to have to put a roof on it soon. So again, that criteria doesn't often change. So if you will, once you start working with these buyers, go to the appropriate website, learn a little bit more, save yourself a whole bunch of time of writing an offer just to find out that you can't get approval because the property doesn't qualify. I'm selecting properties for showings. So we've met with the buyers, we've gotten them pre-approved or pre-qualified. We've determined, we're going to do that math tomorrow night. We've determined what they're looking for. Is there a certain number of bedrooms, square footage, style, location, school district, you know, help get them from the triad to maybe this area. Always remember, here we go again. So important, you guys. When you're working with buyers, safety first. So the safety things that we've talked about so far, this absolutely applies. Selecting properties for buyers, we want to show properties based on their needs, wants, and financial qualifications. Real estate agents, and I'm not thinking anybody on this call, but real estate agents in general have got to stop showing properties before buyers have talked to a lender. They want to go. It used to be the old school way of doing things. If you bought a house 20 years ago, you found the house and then you got loan approval. Guess what? Things have changed. Times have changed. Now we need that loan approval before we show that property. y'all please stop spending time with buyers, or don't start spending time with buyers until you know that they've talked to a lender. There's a common misconception out there that what we pay in rent equates to what my mortgage payment will be. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. A lot of cases right now, rent is more than the mortgage payment. Again, part of the product of the market that we've just been in. So the two do not share anything in common. They are not related at all. We need to obtain cooperation if needed. What do I mean by that? If you're showing property outside of your MLS. Remember, we said last week, you're only guaranteed commission within your MLS. If you want to go outside of your MLS, you need to contact the listing agent before you get in your car and drive to wherever it is you're going to go to show that property. Make sure that they're willing to cooperate with you. And if they're not, then refer it to an agent. Again, isn't a referral fee better than nothing at all? I kind of think so. Schedule showing appointments and show selected properties. We can't limit the properties that we show just to what my firm has listed. We can't look at that buyer and say, I'll show you anything in the triad, but I don't do for sale by owners. When we work with a buyer in a buyer's agency agreement, we're agreeing to work with them, allow them to see all properties within that general location. So we can't limit, again, what if you look in MLS and they're offering you 0.5%? I didn't call my buyers and say, sorry, I can't show you this property. I called my buyers and said, if you see this property and want to move forward, you're going to have to ante up some commission, because 0.5% isn't going to cut it. So don't limit the selected properties. Don't limit it because they don't think it's paying you enough. Don't limit it because you don't want to deal with a FSBO or a limited service firm. Are we good with this? We always have a duty to disclose material facts. As a buyer's agent, once we're hired, we now take this extra step. And now we have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. Help the buyer when they're going through the home. Guys, when they first go in the property, they're seeing all this with rose-colored glasses. They're walking in the front door looking for how their family works in this space. You and I need to be looking at everything else. We need to be looking up at the ceilings for water stains and cracks with walls, floors, ceilings, everything. We need to be checking out the things that they're not. We're seeing this through two different sets of eyes. So we're going to help them discover those material facts. Obviously, encouraging them to do inspections, home inspections. Home inspections are not required. That's up to the buyer. I don't know why a buyer wouldn't want to get a home inspection. I get they think that they're saving money, but without a home inspection, how do they know what they're buying? I mean, I don't know. Is $600-800 worth the cost of finding out you saved yourself $20,000 in structural repairs? I mean, seriously, I think the cost of a home inspection it's pretty small when you're talking about the big picture of a house. So encourage those buyers to have a home inspection. Remember, the Real Estate Commission has provided us with that Q&A on home inspections, so we can have those conversations, what they expect. And I tell my buyers that it's the home inspector's job to go into that home and point out everything that's wrong with it. So that home inspection report is going to look bad, and may freak the buyers out if we don't prepare them for this. Home inspectors are not going to go through and tell them how lovely the home is. They're going to go through and point out the problems. So when they see that home inspection report, it could be a little bit of doom and gloom, unless we help prepare them for it. We're also going to be doing walkthrough inspections. Ideally, we have the buyer and the property a couple times throughout the contract to closing process. Definitely want to encourage the buyer to meet the home inspector after they're done, so we can discuss their findings. We want to encourage the buyer to, sometimes they want to get paint samples. Think about painting. I've had buyers that want to take the measuring tape, make sure the couch fits, right? Encouraging them to go to the home several times while we're under contract. Every time they walk in that front door, they see things a little bit different and a little bit different. So those walkthrough inspections throughout the contract to closing process. Of course, the big walkthrough would be considered the final walkthrough on your way to settlement, as close to settlement as you possibly can, especially if you guys have never seen this home vacant. If the seller has lived there until 2 days before settlement, we need to see it once the seller's moved out before the buyer signs. There's a very important sentence in the offer to purchase and contract that says the buyer accepts his property in its current condition. So if we don't do the final walkthrough, if we don't see the current condition, the buyer doesn't know what they're signing. I always like, when I took post licensing, my post licensing instructor and shared with us the story that she, her very first buyers, she said, I was wet behind the ears. I was still learning a lot. Her very first buyers, they got to closing to that point. And she said, do you guys want to do the final walkthrough? And they said, no, we're good. And she said, okay. So she goes on to closing. They sign, deed changes hands. It's a done deal. Everybody thanks each other in the parking lot, goes about their business. Later that day, the buyers call and say, we need you to come over here. And she probably uttered some words and thought some thoughts and thought, oh boy, what's going on? Showed up to the property, buyers opened, the new owners opened the front door. Luckily, they were laughing. This was the good news. Luckily, she said they were laughing and they said, we just had to show this to you. So they walked her down the hall into the primary bedroom. And she said when she walked in the primary bedroom, they'd never seen this home vacant before. She said the primary bedroom looked like the New York City skyline. These guys painted around the bedroom furniture. They painted around the dresser and around the headboard, around the nightstands. Isn't it easier just to put that stuff on sliders and move it to the middle of the room? Evidently not. Luckily, these buyers were planning on painting anyway, so it was part of their plan anyway. However, could she have been on the hook for paying for somebody else's bedroom to be painted had she not done that final walkthrough? I'm not a judge. I'm not the real estate commission. I can't answer that. But could she have been? Sure, because she didn't do her duty as that buyer's agent to do that final walkthrough. That was her story to us to tell us just how lucky she got and the fact that she learned her lesson. And even if the buyer didn't want to do the final walkthrough, she always did it. I've only had one case where the buyer didn't want to do the final walkthrough. And I went through and I did it with my phone. I documented me doing the final walkthrough. So if there were any issues that came up, it couldn't be my word against theirs. So try to get that buyer. I try to do it on my way to the attorney's office, if at all possible, but as close to settlement as we possibly can. We're also going to have the opportunity to do a CMA for a buyer. We've already talked about why it's important for the buyer. Bottom line, when that buyer looks at you and says, oh my gosh, this is the house I want, let's write it up. Their very next question is going to be, how much should I offer? And for us to answer that question, we need some kind of educated response. Don't just blurt a number out there. Don't just say, oh, offer asking price. I'm sure that's fine. We need to do a CMA to help our buyers determine what the probable sales price will be as well. That'll help them determine what to offer. Again, I know the last couple years, the probable sales price really hasn't mattered, but I promise you, we're getting more into a typical, more of a normal market where the buyers are going to have choices. They have things to consider. So do these CMAs for buyers as well to help them come up with a fair and reasonable asking price. with, what is that? Okay, that went away. Weird. With buyers, the land use controls may matter. We may need to talk about zoning. I'll talk about that next. We may need to talk about the restrictive covenants. Guys, bottom line, when we're working with buyers, once they share something of specific importance to us, then we need to make sure that their end use can be met. So if your buyer says, you know, my dream in life, my goal, the one thing I want to do is take my garage and convert it into a hair salon. We now have a duty to make sure that zoning will allow for that hair salon. If it's in an HOA, will covenants allow for that hair salon? Once they share something with us, it's my responsibility to make sure that their end use is met. Now, if they never ever tell me, if they refuse to answer my questions and help me out, then obviously I can't help them. But this is why I'm a big fan of like buyer consultations, sitting down and looking at them, talking to them from across the table and getting these wants and needs and what their desires are, because that helps us do the research for them. Remember, we're fact finders. And as a buyer's agent, I think we have a bigger duty to find more facts, to make sure that that buyer's end use, sellers as well, of course, but I do think that applies just a little bit more to buyers. So if it's important, if it matters, we want to be familiar with zoning. Remember, zoning is local in nature. Winston-Salem controls Winston-Salem zoning. Charlotte controls Charlotte zoning. New Bern controls New Bern zoning. Raleigh is not going to show up and tell everybody how to do their zoning. It's local in nature. And zoning has to comply with the city or the county's master plan. The master plan answers the question for the city, where do we see ourselves in 10 years? What kind of growth do we expect to have in 20 years? So zoning helps enforce that master plan. Again, our duty to discover and disclose zoning as a buyer's agent. I think for the most part, we can rely on the zoning and MLS. And I think for the most part, we can trust what the agent advertises as the zoning, unless your buyer has a specific need. And if your buyer has a specific need, then we need to make sure that we are verifying what's in MLS. That's that duty to discover and disclose. If the property's in a flood hazard, lenders don't determine the flood zone. Lenders don't determine the cost for flood insurance. Not lenders, homeowners insurance agents. There we go. They don't offer, they may offer flood insurance, but they don't set the rates. They don't set the prices. Homeowners insurance agents are free to set their own prices. But when it comes to flood zones, we all pay the same thing, regardless who your insurance agent is. Flood hazard areas, flood insurance, flood zones, all that is regulated by FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency. If the property is in a flood zone, the lender will require flood insurance. And I'm here to tell you right now, flood insurance ain't cheap. Where are my guys down east? You may deal a lot more with flood insurance than what we do up here. Not saying we don't deal with it up here, because we do. But the further east you get, I think the more you got to deal with it, the more common it becomes. And if you have a buyer that's at the top of their approved payment amount, whatever the lender says they can afford, and then you tack on flood insurance and that tips them over their top, we're not going to get loan approval. So we need to have this conversation before I write my buyers up. I try to look at FEMA's website. Did y'all know FEMA has a map where they can help you identify things that are flood zones? So we try to look it up before we write it up to make sure we can have this conversation, that they can afford it and they can get loan approval with it. The other thing with buyers is our restrictive covenants. If they're in an HOA, Covenants are kind of the laws of the HOA, the regulations of the HOA. Covenants are appurtenant. Does anybody remember what that fancy word means? Appurtenant. It's like pre-licensing word.
Stuck to the parcel of land.
It runs with the land. That's right. I like that better, Michael. Stuck to the parcel of the land. I think I like that. So if something's appurtenant, it means it runs with the land. And what we're saying by that is it conveys from owner to owner to owner. It's not property of the person. It belongs to the land. And no matter how many times we sell this land, the covenants are going to convey with it. They're appurtenant. If we're working in an HOA with covenants, we need to help our buyers get their hands on those covenants so they can see those covenants, restrictions, rules before they purchase. Ideally, before we go under contract. I know that doesn't always work that way, but at least before they purchase. I need you guys to, be particularly sensitive to covenants, HOAs, especially if you're with a buyer. Let's say you guys are in a subdivision with covenants and you walk out in the backyard and your buyer looks over at one of the neighbors' backyards and they say, I was going to ask you if I can put a fence up, but I see they have a fence over there. So I know fences are allowed. Do you think that's an accurate statement? Can we tell by looking at what the neighbor does is if a fence is allowed or a shed is allowed? Absolutely not. The only thing we know when we look at a fence is that somebody put a fence there. You don't know if HOA allows it. It could be that that homeowner is in the throes of the legal battle with the HOA to get that fence taken down. They could be being fined daily for every single day they have that fence up. So when your buyer in a HOA wants the fence or the covenants or whatever, don't rely on what the Joneses are doing. You need to get those covenants in their hands so they can make sure a fence or a shed is allowed. When it comes to covenants, we are only expected to help the buyer find the covenants. I am not going to interpret them for them. Interpretation of legally binding documents, whose job do you think that is? We're CYA-ing again, aren't we?
It's not ours, job for the attorney.
It's not our, Michael says, I don't know who, but dang it, I know it's not mine. We're going to call your attorney. And by your, I mean the buyer's attorney. Maybe we contact the HOA. But guys, interpreting legally binding documents just got out of our realm. It's out of our lane and we can't do it. So help them find it. I'm a fact finder. I'm not a fact interpreter. I'm a fact finder. Help them put these things in their hand so they can make that informed decision. The other thing with buyers to take into consideration is property insurance. So let me say this, as a buyer's agent, once we get our buyer under contract, we're out, weeks, sometimes months, showing buyers property. Once we get them under contract, quite frankly, as a buyer's agent, that's when our job starts. Up until then, we're just running around looking at pretty houses. Have you guys heard that rumor yet? That's all real estate agents do is go out and look at pretty houses. Well, first off, that's not all we do. Second off, they're not all pretty, right? So that myth about what we do for a living doesn't really stand up. Do we get this buyer under contract? Again, you guys, that's when our job starts. The very first thing you need to do is get a copy of that contract to the lender. And you need to tell your buyer, you need to have a conversation with your buyer about the importance of communicating with the lender. If the lender needs documents, your buyer needs to get those documents to the lender. If the lender needs information, your buyer needs to work with the lender. The lender can only go so far in the process without that information. So when we first go under contract, the lender is your buyer's priority. I even tell my buyers, call the lender back before you call me back. So once we get the lender what they need, the first round of what they need, then we need to get the buyer shopping around for homeowners insurance. And we need to encourage our buyer to shop around. Again, don't look at them and say, this is the insurance company you're going to use. So encourage them to shop around. Tell them to call Jake from State Farm. Tell them to call Flo from Progressive, right? Have them shop around. All insurance agents offer a different product. The lender has to approve the homeowner's insurance policy that your buyer chooses. And again, if those homeowners insurance policies, if those rates, those premiums are too high and it tips the buyer over their allowable monthly payment, we're not going to get loan approval. Here's the deal. Bottom line, as a buyer's agent, if I have to terminate, gosh, I don't want to terminate, but if I have to terminate, I want to do so while we're still in due diligence, because then at least I can get my buyer their earnest money back. And at that point, that's the best I can do for them, right? So get them shopping around. If they're going through a lender, if they're getting a loan, homeowners insurance is required. Period. End of story. If it's a cash buyer, homeowners insurance is highly recommended. It's only required if they're going through a loan. And then kind of some additional responsibilities of a buyer's agent. We're going to help them prepare the offer. We're going to help them. We're going to fill in the blanks for them, which means we're going to have a conversation. How much are you willing to risk for due diligence? Understanding if you terminate for any reason, you lose that due diligence fee. How much are you willing to put up for earnest money, purchase price? Do you want any seller pay closing costs? Do you want a home warranty? All those terms, all those blanks in the contract, we're going to help them understand what those blanks mean. Handling contract negotiation matters, getting this thing under contract, even once we get it under contract. What are the terms of the contract? I'm telling you guys right now, buyers and sellers are not reading that 16-page contract. That's why they hire me, right? They think I'm familiar with the contract and they think I have their best interests. So I'm familiar with it to protect them. Helping the buyer with their due diligence, finding out what inspections they want done, what investigations, do they want the home inspection, the survey, the radon test, whatever they want. And then we're going to help line it up for them too. As I know, as a buyer's agent, I try to get everybody there on the same day. So anything they want inspected. I had a buyer once and he said, sign me up for it all. If it can be inspected or investigated, sign me up. So, all right. I ordered it all. There was a septic, there was a well, there was a home inspection, pest inspection. I ordered it all. And I got it all there on the same day. And when I went to that house near the end of everybody's time, I'm telling you, trucks were lined up down up the driveway, down the street. I'm sure the neighbors were trying to figure out what the heck was going on. I did that. But we get them all there at the same time. It's more convenient for the seller instead of asking them to leave their house all the time. It's obviously easier for us as well. And then we're going to help that buyer prepare for closing. Again, the big piece of closing for them is how much do they have to bring to the table? That's all we're really going to say about this slide, because the truth is a lot of these things are topics that you're going to see in 302. So if you haven't taken 302 yet, it's more the contract to closing process and the things that you can expect to see in between. Questions or comments? That's a big old dog. Little lap dog, hey?
It's about 155 pounds right now.
Yeah, lap dog. She thinks she's about 20, I guess.
He's my livestock guardian for the animals outside.
Ah, Good dog, good boy. So guys, this is where we are. We're through buyers. Like I said, sellers was the big part. So we're through buyers. We got to go back and pick up qualifying a buyer math. So bring your calculators tomorrow. Don't forget you need a basic calculator for your test on Thursday. Do not show up on Thursday with your phone asking me if you can use your phone. I'm going to tell you right now what the answer to that is. No. Michael's ready to go. Awesome. So bring your calculators tomorrow. We'll do qualifying a buyer math. We've got to do it because you guys are going to see it on Thursday. So we'll do that math tomorrow. I got a few Q&A questions on working with a buyer that we'll get through. Then we're going to work as a dual agent. I got a little section on dual agency. I got a little section on property management. And then the real estate commission always tacks on this last topic called other. So it's like licensing and education statuses. If we don't get through everything tomorrow night, it's going to be awfully close. So we're doing really, really good on time. I think I told you guys last week, my plan for Thursday is to go over the homework assignments. Remember to send me your homework assignment before 4:30 on Thursday. We're going to do a review, and then we're going to take this test and we're going to say, check, 301 is done. How's that sound? Boom. All right. Y'all have a great night. We're going to get started right at 4:30 tomorrow with math. So please come on time so we can get that done and you're prepared for your test on Thursday. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow night.
All right,
Thank
good night,
you.
y'all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.